for the Flame Champion's name, I am going to go... this year, I lost a really close family member, and so I'm going to dedicate my run to him. This run is for you, Jason. All right.
Oh, sorry to hear that, but also that's very nice.
So, when we hit no, we are going to start. So, by the way, is it Narchok? How do you say your name?
It depends on how you want to say it. It could be Narchoy, it could be
Narchok.
Narhua, Narschwa. I don't care. I'm not French.
Well, I'm gonna go with Nar tonight. So,
Nar works for me.
so joining me tonight in commentary is Nar. We are just doing the first 3 chapters tonight. We will be doing chapters 4 and 5 on Sunday. If for some reason we can't get to the end of the first 3 chapters in 8.5 hours, we will just finish it on Sunday. So, because we don't want other people to wait for us. But, Nar, if you could give me a countdown, we will get started.
All right. And 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. Start at 2.
Yeah, that my controller actually. I
It's all right. It's a good sign. It's a good sign.
Yeah. So, it's my Xbox controller I keep hitting the wrong button, so it keeps popping up. You'll probably see that as the night goes because this is my first ever time running S3 on PC. I've always run it on original hardware, except for one other time about 5 years ago. I don't know who was around. I know Sig was around for it, but I tried to run it on my old PC, and every time I get into a major battle, the game would just go crazy, and you thought you were in a war or something. It looked really bad, but now I have a better
So
PC.
does that mean we're gonna get some nice gnarly FPS loss during the boss fights?
I hope not. I hope not. But we let's pray we don't. But that could make this game
Actually,
better.
it's kind of fun. It is kind of fun because it gets like super slow.
That is true. So we are starting with Godot first. You can start with any of the 3 main characters. This game was built on the Trinity system, so you have 3 main characters, and each chapter they sometimes will interact with each other, and so playing it with different people first, you'll have a different view of what's actually going on. In the speed run, we usually start with Godot, and then we go to Hugo before we finish with Chris in the first 3 chapters. But it really doesn't matter which one you choose. We've just always done this one first, and to be honest, the only reason that I know of that is because there's a main fight early on in chapter 1 of Godot. It's the Twin Snakes fight, and failing that is a big time loss, and so you might as well just restart your run if you fail that. But
when I was a kid and I first played this game, when it came out, that's how old I am. And I did Ghetto first, only because on the back of the box, going from left to right with their character portraits, it was Ghetto, Chris, Hugo. So I always went that order when I did all the chapters. It was in that order for the first chapter, in that order for the second, and in that order for the third.
Nice. Yeah,
I still always think of them in that order.
Oh, that makes sense. So when I got into this series, this is the first game of the series I played because I had just graduated college when this came out, and so I had some free time, and it was a brand new game, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna try this out, and I loved it, and that got me to play the first one, and then I realized how expensive the second one was, so it took a while for me to play the second one, because even back then it was like $200 to get the second one. But
yeah, I got it on eBay. I got the second game on eBay in like 2001 for like $100. It's like between 100 and 150.
Yeah, it's crazy even back then how expensive it was.
And now
But
it's like it's so easy. These young people, they just don't get it.
everything is about, you can get it on the computer, you can find it on like a PlayStation store. There's so many places to try it out. You don't have to have the real hardware.
Yeah, but
But
maybe it's for the best. I'm happy for all the youngsters these days.
that's true. They get to play all these very, very great games. And
They do.
the one thing that's great about the JRPGs is they're still coming out with some great ones. As for those of y'all that missed, I think it was this morning, or no, it was last night when Sig ran uh, the brand new. I can't say the name, but Hyo24 Chronicles. Um,
Ayuden, I think it's
yeah,
maybe or something like that.
made by the developers of these games. And I mean, there's still some great RPGs, JRPGs coming out. And I just hope some of the younger generation picks it up and doesn't just play, Fortnite every night.
I know. I've never played Fortnite. It was too cartoony for me.
Say, my
I was
first,
more of a PUBG guy.
my first gaming system was the original NES, and I was hooked into gaming as soon as I played it. And I have always been a big gamer over the years. Unfortunately, in the last 5 years, I've had to slow down gaming, life and kids and work. but
It happens.
but now that my kids are getting older, my son just turned 8, or he's about to turn 8. But me and him have been playing games all the time together, and so uh,
You should play
yeah.
Suikoden with him.
That is a game I think he has no patience for. He's a big Roblox gamer, and as you know, this new generation, they're the YouTube generation, so their attention span is barely 5 minutes. But you never.
Yeah.
But
Maybe when he gets a little older.
yeah, yeah. Uh, but yeah, I would. He's already gotten the speed run, but or like he's done a couple speed runs. Oh, here we go. First chance. We're just releasing it. Early game. We're not gonna get too many
It's a good sign.
fails.
That
Yeah.
means you're never gonna fail.
Yeah. All right. So now we finally meet our first character, who basically we're just gonna say hi and run right by. Fred will join us later on, but for now, it's kind of just hey, how you doing? See you later.
So, to answer the question in the chat, what do you actually get? Yeah, it's like you get some books, some names, like people will reference the country that you created in the second game. Yeah, what else? Script? Maybe there's a script.
I honestly don't know.
There's not much. Yeah, maybe
I
some level bonuses.
I don't think it helps you that much though.
Yeah, it's not really that crazy. It's not like 1 to 2, where you
I,
can get like McDole
yeah, I think the one
or
thing
Tickdole.
the one thing that's kind of obvious with this game, and you'll notice it because of the way the speedrun works, you can almost beat the whole game without ever um, like grinding in this game. This is more of kind of like a light novel than it is like a full-on RPG, because you don't have to sit there and grind like some games to get your level up to beat certain enemies. The game
Yeah, it
almost
seems to
like
be like the
walks.
Suikoden.
Yeah, it kind of walks you
That's
through
like the
it.
Suikoden thing.
Yeah, and
It's always about the story.
which is really nice, because I mean, I couldn't tell you how many hours and hours of like Final Fantasy games I've just sitting there and fighting over and over again just to get your level just a little bit higher than your enemy, so you don't have to like use all of your potions.
Yeah, I was always a fan of those sort of story-like games.
Oh, I am sorry.
rather than like, you know.
Yeah, yeah, no, that makes sense. All right, so we're gonna go onto the Yaza plane. This could be our first fail. We'll see. Sometimes we get through here without. Never mind. I was gonna say sometimes we get through here without even seeing an enemy.
Luckily,
But
it's a let go,
yeah.
so you're in good shape.
So we're making our way to the Great Hollow to see the Lizard Clan, um, where we'll, if you guess, talk to them and nothing else, then you're correct. We do have a fight there. It's a fairly simple. I mean, I guess we do have one fight, but we just die in it. The whole goal is to die as fast as possible, because you don't have to win it.
But this is the. But usually, when you have to, when you want to die, she'll use the water
Oh yeah,
spell.
yeah. Not the damaging
That's
one,
always how
but
it
the
works.
healing one.
Mm-hmm.
So, so which is your favorite of the three champions?
Uh, really depends. Like when I played initially, and really still do, I always pick Hugo for the Flame Champion because he's the one that makes the most narrative sense.
Yeah.
But character-wise, I was always a Ghetto guy.
Okay. I
Ghetto's the
think
best.
when I was first playing it, I did the whole Hugo because the game kind of makes you think Hugo is the champion. You know, it's like, oh, you probably should pick Hugo, but I've always enjoyed Chris's story the best, and so um, I'd have to go with Chris.
As like both as the Flame Champion and as the character of the three.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris is not bad. I would say like Hugo's probably my least favorite of the three,
Yeah.
but I will always pick him as the Flame Champion.
Plus, when you go with
But I've
Chris,
never. I would like to try the Chris one though because Chris, you know, has that extra like father stuff going on,
yeah, and you get Nash, and Nash is always the
and you get Ash, also known as the amazing guard of the tent in Suikoden 2.
All right, so now we're gonna go in and have a tour of the Great Hollow. So basically, in the tour here, all we're kind of gonna do is run ahead of our tour guide, go into a room, and come right back out, and that just triggers the tour guide to go to the next spot. So you don't have to sit there and because he is a very slow tour guide.
He
Very
is.
slow.
He is.
Alright.
Although when it comes to like my favorite character in the entire game, uh, it's probably Jacques. Jacques the best.
I'm not gonna lie, Jacques is a very good pick there. I'm gonna have
Who's
to.
your favorite?
I'm going with my waifu, who is Sarah.
Sarah?
I,
Okay, not a bad choice. I like Sarah too.
Sarah's my favorite. She was basically, uh, mistreated growing up, and thankfully Luke saves her. But you know, she is still my favorite. It's like an innocent
Yeah.
mage.
Kind of manipulated by Luke though.
No. He himself was manipulated too, so as a clone.
It's true. Well, spoilers, I guess. I don't know if you're supposed
Oh
to give it
yeah,
away.
no, I'm sorry. The Masked Man. Oh wait, no, that's another spoiler. All right.
It
So
is
now,
it is crazy though that they made Luke into the villain in this game.
yeah,
I respect it as like a narrative
and
choice.
it's nice that they can, keep a lot of the characters, kind of a nice flow from the first game to here. So though
Yeah,
Luke,
even after 15 years between the games, they still managed to bring a couple back.
uh, what's the you have a record? What's KR? I don't Have you ever had a? I have never had a record in this game. Thanks to Sig and um,
Space Coyote.
Space Coyote, who both just destroy me in this game. I do this, I do this more for fun than anything. This was always the game I played every year on my birthday. I did that, God, at least 4 years in a row. This was the first year I didn't get around to it just because I had a lot of other things going on, new job and such. And but yeah, I've always played this more casually. Never like sat there and grinded for any records or anything. All right, we're gonna go
It's just
talk
a
to.
nice, cozy game.
It is. It really is. All right, he's gonna give us a sunbeam. Nice. And now we'll actually get into a. I forgot about this fight. So
Hey, you gotta fight the lizards that come and attack you.
yeah. So there actually is a fight. Before we go in there, let's go on. Do a little changing so that it'll be a little bit faster later on. So yeah, so technically this is
Yeah.
the first fight, but it's very quick. We're just gonna hit a couple of attacks, and then Shiba will come and stop the fight.
Yeah, someone mentioned in the chat, they mentioned Tuda. I always thought Tuda was a girl in the second game. So I was very surprised when I played this initially and saw Tuda all grown up and, a man.
Sometimes
It's
it's
kind of like
hard to
Marco. It's kind of
tell.
like Marco, basically.
Alright, so first
Yeah.
thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do a soaring bolt. He's not gonna be able to do it this turn, but we'll just defend with everybody else. And beginning next turn, we'll just hit him with that soaring bolt.
And going from the first two games to this one, the battle system being so different, it's just crazy.
Yeah, and even the war system is completely different too.
War system, yeah, like everything is different. It's such a different game, but I, commend them for doing something different.
Yeah, I mean honestly, I like it. I like it a lot. All right, so now that we're gonna get Shiba to join our squad, we're actually going to take a little bit of time and remove everybody's armor. Just hoping, because in the next fight we're fighting Chris. And we just hope Chris kills us fast. Now, nobody can see my air quotes when I keep saying Chris, but they're there.
Yeah, quote unquote Chris.
Yes.
Only Jacques was on to what was happening there, as we will find out in a conversation later.
Yeah. All right. So Shiba has joined, and now we're gonna go in. We're gonna pick each character, and we're just gonna equip all. Unfortunately, there's not a quicker way to do this, but it's not too bad. And you'll notice this is why my speed against like everybody else, or why their times are so much better, is because my menuing sucks. I'm very slow when it comes to menuing.
You should see mine in 2. It's bad.
I
just never practice.
Well, yeah, that's my fault too. Just not practicing. So one of the things I hate.
Who has time for that?
Yeah. One of the things I hate most about like the way the camera works in this game is you'll go through a doorway pressing like up, as that's the way you walked in. But as soon as you go through the doorway, you'll be facing the opposite direction. So if you're still facing up, you'll actually go back through the doorway. It's like, come on. So that'll get
classic,
me a couple times.
PlayStation 2 era camera movement.
Yeah. Oh, this is rare. Yeah.
We're
still good.
Still no fails.
We're still good, everybody. Alright. So, now Chris and her army have killed some of the Lizard Clan, which is kind of the beginning of the crisis that takes over the first 3 chapters, with the hatred between the clans and the Vexens.
Yep, there it is. Always.
Yep. So basically what she just did is like, hey, my guys really could use some healing, even though we haven't done anything. Let's heal. Thankfully, Queen was already pretty close to dead when this started, so that's gonna help.
Small victories.
Uh-oh. Oh. Nope. We got the good one.
There it is.
I thought we were gonna get...
Who's left? Shadow's left.
Yeah. Hey, not bad.
It could have been worse.
Yeah. So, thankfully, they are going to leave, and we are just going to go back in and talk to the chief again. Or at least go to the chief's room.
Or will you?
Yeah. Now, like I said, I like to play this game casually. So it's been a while since I played this game. Thankfully, I have all my notes and everything. So if I miss a turn here and there, don't make fun of me, because I may have to like turn around sometimes. But still,
it happens. It happens to the best of us.
We're not going for a world record here.
See, when I do mine tomorrow, Suikoden 2, instead of failed escapes, I should have a fumble counter. How many times I pick the wrong option? How many times I just don't pay attention?
Well,
that's the count. I should learn how to make one of those counters.
It's really easy. It takes less than 2 minutes. So you just have to download a death counter. What's it? DCSB, and make a notepad, and that's it. So very simple.
Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll wake up a little early tomorrow and get it set up, because that would be kind of fun.
Well, if you need help, I can show you how. But
all right.
Yeah. So now we find out that something has happened, and blah 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 blah. We're going to leave now. And we're gonna make our way to the Karaya village, another one of the clans.
It's a returning character from Suikoden 2.
Yes. And we will meet another main character that will be joining our group for the next 2 chapters. And here comes the Anwar Plains, my worst enemy.
It's a good question in the chat. What's your favorite rune?
Oh. Ooh. What's your
of all the games? Doesn't even have to just be this one.
Man, that's a tough one. Oh man, my controller's got some dead zone right now. I always enjoy Vicky's teleport.
Rune?
Yeah, the blink. Yeah, because you never know what's gonna come out of her spells.
That's true. I mean, mine. I'd have to agree with people in the chat. Also, mine is definitely the Blue Gate or the Pale Gate.
Pale Gate's a good
it's such a fun one, and you can only put it on your head. And it also like hurts you also.
Yay!
But I do also like
There's
Oh,
one.
there it is. Yeah, one.
Ah, we escaped. All right, so we're up to one. Oh crap. We're up to one after 23 minutes. 23 minutes. So what are we looking at? Like 24, something like that.
But it'll only get worse from here. Once you start going through like a mountain path.
Oh yeah.
Oof. And like, what are some other bad ones? The
The highway.
Flame Champion Hideaway.
Yeah, the highway's
Yeah.
always
Yeah,
bad.
the Ancient Highway.
All right, so here's
Oh.
Aaliyah. I'm always. I mean, Aaliyah's one of those characters that I enjoy too.
Yeah, she's
Unlike
pretty good. She
unlike
also has
another
that
certain
shield ring too.
character.
He who will not be named.
He will not be named. Exactly. Alright, Soaring Bolt. Alright, so in this one, we're going to do a Blazing Wall here. We're going to try to get as many as we can. But our main thing is we want to get Aaliyah. That's kind of... You just want to make sure you hit her. And neither of our spells are going to go off right away. But they will go off now. So... we will continue, and they say you want to try to hit as many as possible. Unfortunately, we're not going to hit too many.
You win some, you lose some. Fire is always such a... It's never a fun one to use in this game.
Yeah.
In the speedrun, I'm sure it's fine, but like in the actual game.
Yeah. The key to this fight is making sure Joker survives. The reason being is you need to get him up to 105 or 101 on his magic meter. So you need him to level up before you get to Twin Snakes. Right now he's at 92. So we're definitely gonna have to level him up a little bit more.
Do you usually get, is it like the other ones where you get like 2 to 3 or like 1 to 3 points per level?
Pretty much, yeah.
I guess it also depends on the character.
Yeah, so we're just gonna have to level him up just a little bit because at 101 he gets Explosion, and that's the big ability you need for Twin Snakes.
Yeah, when I first played this when I was a kid, I did Ghetto first, and I got to Twin Snakes and just got obliterated, which is what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to get obliterated in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason there's a save right before it.
And then I remember I gave up and then went out to dinner with my parents to an Italian restaurant, I believe.
Well, that sounds
Why I remember this 23 years later, I don't know, but I do.
Some things...
I did go back and finish the game eventually.
Yeah. Some things you just always remember.
Yeah. It clearly made a huge impression in my mind, losing to Twin Snakes.
So now we're going to sell all of that equipment that we took off earlier. Reason being is we're going to need to get enough money to buy Jizos to attach to a couple of our characters. Alright, so we are going to buy Jizos. We're going to buy 3 for Godot. And 10 for the party.
Guys are like the saving grace of this speedrun. For a bunch of them, really. Like 5 is very dependent on them.
Especially with continue casting.
Yeah. You only really use them a few times in 2. Because for the most part, you have the boss fights, you have the glitch that just kills them in one shot. So it's like, it doesn't really matter.
Alright, so once we have that done, we are going to proceed to the next part, which is a lot of cutscenes and very little action.
Yeah, I do remember when it came to 2, everyone was complaining about the graphics, but honestly, I would say that Suikoden 2's graphics have aged way better than Final Fantasy 7.
I would agree with that too, and I think that's a product of 2D being at its like height back then, because like Final Fantasy VI had about the same graphics as Suikoden 2, but today they both look amazing, and I don't think Final Fantasy VII looks good at all. So
Yeah,
I
7
think,
looks weird now.
yeah, I mean, I think this game has done well, has at least better than Final Fantasy VII in my opinion. Maybe not Final Fantasy X though.
Yeah, I mean, 10 surprisingly looked really good for like 2001. It
Yeah,
was like I guess the first big JRPG on PS2, so not surprising. And it is crazy to think that you had Final Fantasy VIII came out in '98, I guess. That was just a year after 7. And it was such a huge difference.
yeah,
And then 9 is also a huge difference. Like it was really everything was moving so much faster back then. Now
yeah.
all the games just look the same 10 years later.
Oh, there she is. No, I agree. I think we've gotten to a point where you have to have like real life graphics for people to notice anything. Like, or actually, people notice more the bad games than they do the good games. Just
Yeah,
because nowadays, if you don't have a good looking game, they're gonna notice it. All right,
that's true, yeah. And games do look good these days too, I would say.
yeah. So one of the major parts of the speed run is this walk right here, because most of the time when we do a speed run, we're not saving at all, and we are about to walk, and we have no equipment, we don't have anything, and if we run into a battle and they fail to run, then we could die immediately. Sorry, I was looking at my son who just walked in. So
You're allowed to do that.
I have definitely failed to run right here before, um, just because I have failed a run and had no way to survive. You do have 3 Jizos on Joker, but they can go really quick.
Let's hope and pray for the best.
Yeah, that's a we'll see. But if you really wanted to be safe, you could save right there, but we don't. And honestly,
And you can just do save states or whatever, it
yeah,
doesn't
I mean,
matter.
I'm playing on PC and I'm not submitting this for or for record time. So yeah, I'm just using save states because this is a showcase
To
more than it is a speed
yeah,
run.
yeah. Although I remember a few years ago, Space Coyote got really close to actually getting a world record or something in the showcase.
That
I think in
does
3.
that doesn't surprise me one bit. He kept getting
I think it
better
was
and
like
better every time
2020
he
or
ran it,
something.
and then he
And
complained.
I guess I don't blame him for not wanting to do it. It
It's
does seem like torture to have to sit here for 12 hours.
yeah, and speaking of Coyote, I've got shout out his favorite beverage, Red Bull. It is going to keep me up tonight.
Because you're gonna stay up until what, like 3 your time or something?
No, it'll be about 4:30.
4:30.
No,
Jeez.
or five, I guess. Eight and a
Wow.
half hours. We started at 8:30, so it's not. Yeah, it's about 5. I am on Eastern Standard Time, so
I am so sorry.
it's all good.
I will not be joining you the whole time. So I
Hey,
have to get my beauty sleep for my own run tomorrow.
I'm just happy they allowed me to do this run in 2 parts because I've done this run so many times straight through. I I enjoy the break between. That's for sure.
There
I
has
would
been
need.
like a push in all the Suikoden runs, all the different Suikoden runs to like allow for like breaks and in 2 we can do like what's that when you hold the button down? I don't remember what it's called.
Speed run.
So you don't have to like mash the whole time.
Oh yeah.
I never set that up on mine, so I'm gonna have to do it tomorrow. But you can do it.
Uh,
So that's nice. It is nice that we don't force people to like not go to the bathroom anymore.
yeah. So I think we were talking about it during this Suikoden 2 run or Suikoden run 1 run before this. We do have something special next year when we do S3, and we had talked about instead of one person running this game, all 3 of us are going to choose a character, and we're going to do all 3 chapters at the same time. So on screen we'll have 3. We'll have somebody running Chris, somebody running Hugo, and somebody running Godot at the same time. And I'm like, that's a great idea because it shortens the speed run significantly to about 6 hours, I think. So less than that, if everybody just picks one character.
Yeah, that does sound like a lot of fun actually. And we should do like races and other ones too. Like we
We
have a lot of like Suikoden 2 runners. Like why not just have like they didn't even have to be races. It's just a bunch of people running all at the same time. Why not? Just a showcase. Have
Yeah,
fun.
me and Sig did a race of S3 one time, and that was a disaster.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, it was for one of my charity events, and he was killing me, and then he got basically screwed by the game, and had to. I think he had to quit because he just couldn't finish. I can't remember if he did or reloaded. Yeah, that's what it was. Your emulator crashed.
Oof, that's rough.
All right,
I
so
remember there was like 5 of us did Suikoden 2 in like 2023 or something. I think only 2 of us finished.
it doesn't surprise me, especially when you're in a race and you may be pushing yourself a little bit more. All right, so you
Yeah,
have
and
to
like I
remember.
made so many mistakes, and that was one of the only people to finish.
So this is a big one right here. If you do not pick option 2 here, you'll have to fight Boros, and you have no equipment, and you're pretty much screwed. So you could game over here if you don't pick option 2. And
Yeah,
as
don't do
usual,
this fight.
we're going to escape. And with that, we are now heading to the mountain path. Our first time up the mountain path. Not our last.
First of way too many.
We do more coming down the mountain path than going up.
Oh yeah, that's true. Someone mentioned the conspiracy theory of Hugo being Joey's son.
Yeah.
It's one of many excellent Suikoden conspiracy theories. I mean, Joey's possibility. It could have been Leon. That would have been something.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe he's even Chris's brother.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Jimba does have that blonde hair. Even though he dyed it.
Yeah.
But I guess that can be genetic too. Why not? It's an RPG. It doesn't make any sense at all.
And it doesn't have to. That's the good part. Nothing has to make sense.
That's true.
All right. So we are now heading to the mountain path. We're going to change our formation here in a second. Our big thing, again, getting Joker up to 101 on magic. And as soon as he gets to 101 in magic, we are going to hit the Twin Snake fight, which will be the end of chapter 1 for Godot. Once we get to the next town. So we're making decent time tonight.
And not bad. Only one failed escape.
Yeah. We got a long way to go. Only 7.5 hours
Yeah.
left. No, 8 hours.
I do not envy you.
It's all good. I used to do this all the time.
Wait. SRD, you're telling me there's conflicting info from Konami? That's crazy. I never would have believed that would happen.
This is why I stay out of the conspiracy theories.
That's the fun stuff, right? You know, you got my favorite will always be Ace is the guy who operates the climbing game in Suikoden 2. That's always been my favorite conspiracy.
Oh, it's a conspiracy.
It's 100% true.
All right, let's head back. So yeah, the interesting thing about starting with Godot is you basically get to see the war starting right away, immediately as the chapter goes on. The other two, it takes a little bit of time to build up, but here it's just like, yeah, we're gonna fight you and we're gonna kill you.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, right? Like, you know, in SRD says in 2004, they claim that the black hair tips came from his dad. Then Murayama in 2016 said some blonde guy, but that makes sense because that it could be Jimba because Jimba dyed his hair blonde. So he is a blonde guy.
Could be Neckler,
but also has dark hair. It could be Neckler. It could be Lucretia.
All right, so
but Joey, what color hair does Joey have? Isn't it just like gray?
So slow. Oop. All right, let's go mountain path.
One thing I can tell you, SRD, is that it's not some random Karian because everything's connected. Everyone is related to everyone.
All right, so now we definitely need to pick our battles here. Some fights are definitely a lot easier than others. I always forget which is the easiest, though.
Well, hopefully you don't like fail to escape from the butterflies because those are the worst.
Yeah.
They take forever.
And they have spells that could really just take time. Take so long.
And the big dragons too. Oh, but these guys also suck because they just like get out of the way constantly.
Yeah, but this one usually goes by fast. Is like again, just have to have Joker survive.
Probably even better because then he gets more experience. Is that how it works in this game? Is there just an experience pool?
Did not mean to do that.
Well, it still counts as a failed escape, unfortunately.
It does. It really does. I'm manipulating the counter.
This is insider trading.
Sig, that is a name that is not supposed to be said.
Yeah, Sea Lance, don't say that name.
Uh-oh. Alright, we may have to start over. Alright. Well, I should
Well,
have a
Joker's
counter.
still alive, right?
No, Joker's dead.
Joker's dead. No, he's still alive. He's right there.
Oh, is he? Okay. I thought he died.
It's just the real question is, will he survive the rest of this? Probably not. Probably have to retreat at this point.
Yeah. There we go. Alright. He got 6 magic. I still need.
He's at 99.
Still needs 2 more. Alright. Hold on. Party items. Use. Alright.
It is funny that
we won't fight
the
them
two
anymore.
early PlayStation 2 games, the two early like PlayStation 2 JRPG games, Final Fantasy X and Suikoden 3, both had a character named Lulu. But they're two vastly different people.
Oh, that's true. I completely forgot about Lulu in F10.
You have the annoying kid in Suikoden 3, and then you have the goth girl.
Yeah.
And
that has a cactuar.
Very or a move. Can have anything. She has all of them.
That's true.
Very very much a sign of the times. Everyone was into the goth look back then.
We have done really well not to get in any fights here. Unfortunately, we still need 2 more points of magic. So we are going to have to get into a fight sooner rather than later.
Yeah, this is like bad luck. Whenever you want to fight, you never get it.
Yeah.
I don't know if.
Okay, this is a good fight. This is what you want. Except for that.
Well, it's just not that part though.
Oh, not that either.
Or that.
Oh no.
It'd be rare attack. You don't see that very often.
Oh my god, that's 3 misses in a row. Hey, there's a hit.
Oh, there was a miss off screen.
Jock just got destroyed.
Oh no.
Alright, that's alright.
And one more.
There's still 2 more.
2 more? Oh my god, no, Ace is gone. Ace has fallen. I don't know.
Oh my god, look at all these misses.
Nice. The crit. Oh god.
Hey! And he got 2 magic. We're good. Alright. So we're going to refill on our Jizos. We're going to heal. So first things first. Let's go Joker. Oops. No. Wrong one. Joker, we'll give him a Jizo. Godot, give him a Jizo. Then we will heal. There we go. Alright, we are now ready for Twin Snakes. And Twin Snakes were basically the goal here in Twin Snakes is to get all of our magical attacks. All right, now I love this. See, the enemy is there. It's waiting for us. But somehow is now behind the mountain and jumps out. Make up your
He's
mind.
just that cool.
Are you there or are you not? Alright, so first things first, Aaliyah needs to go battlefield. Dang it. Then Joker explosion. And then whatever. Hopefully Aaliyah doesn't get hit here.
Well, everyone's gonna get hit.
Yeah. And of course she stops casting. So that's gonna hurt us a little bit.
Oh no. It's the big attack.
We're getting some major luck here.
Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Bad thing.
That is a bad thing.
Yeah, the pairing system was definitely different, that's for sure. It was very annoying when dealing with like runes and stuff.
Yeah. So now if they die, it's not that big of a deal. The reason being is they'll use a Jizo, and that'll keep them casting. So we actually want them to die, because if they don't die, they may stop casting.
Yeah, this battle is so rough. Imagine you're 10 years old and playing this.
Yeah, without Battlefield
That was
either,
me.
we're not doing as much damage as we could be doing. But we should still be fine. We may just have to do another attack. We'll find out here.
And doesn't the main body only have like a attack around him?
Oh, what did I do?
Or something? Does he mean like attacks with his tongue or something?
Honestly, I don't know.
I think he does. Yeah, see, he didn't even go.
Alright, so yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you'll be fine. I have faith.
Everybody dies, but it's all good. We still win.
And none of them matter. Only Joker and Ghetto matter.
So the last time when I played on PC and I tried this fight, the game just was like, just went crazy. This is where like hold on. Like the slowdown and everything. It just it's hard to explain. Sig was there for it.
Yeah, like it very much slows down. Yeah, I've seen that on my computer as well. When you play an emulator, it's just like when it does the rune animations, it's very slow.
Will this be enough? Yes.
Yep.
All right. 53 minutes in, we have killed the snake. That's not a snake.
And you get the other new system in this game, the big giant treasure box.
Yeah, they wanted to be like Zelda. And I love the guy that's just standing over there. He's like, oh, yeah. The big fight going on.
He was just watching the whole time.
Just gonna sit here, enjoy myself.
And he'll always be there. He never moves.
Oops. I did the wrong thing. Yeah, that's alright. Alright. Yeah, he just like, this way to Caldoria.
Calaria, I think it is.
You'll notice I don't really say anything correctly.
It's alright.
I look at words, I see 3 letters of a 10, letter word, and I'll say 3 of them. Right.
It's alright. That's why I'm here. I'm the lore expert.
Yeah. So now we're basically making our way there. Once we get into town, we'll go to the inn and we'll heal ourselves up, and then we'll have a long talk, and we will get into chapter 2. We almost made it. But we did escape. Cool area. Alright. But I hope everybody is having a good night. This is going to be a decent amount of talking for the next 8 minutes. So there's not much that's going to happen in the next 8 minutes. Just a lot of talking. So if you need to use the bathroom or read a book. So that's what this game's about, is pretty much just talking.
Yeah, most of this game is like walking and talking. That's like it.
It's a good light novel. Alright, so we have to come back here. You're gonna stay, but not save. Alright, that heals us up. Gets us ready for the next chapter. Jeez.
I mean, and like the story of this game, it would have been a good novel, And even it's like set up as one already.
They
like
did
POV chapters and everything.
They did make a manga of it 2 years after it was released. So they realized that was their bread and butter here.
Yeah, that was always what Suikoden was good at. It always had good stories.
Alright. And we walk this way to turn around and walk back to the inn.
At least you don't have to play Mike now.
Uh-oh.
Mike is one of the 108 stars, and you have to play him in like a card game to recruit him, and it's like the worst.
Don't you have to win like 3,000 off of them or something like that?
It's some like Suikoden loves to have these like gambling games to recruit certain characters, and it's always just the worst.
Yeah.
The worst is Read Upon in 4, which is just mahjong.
I like Mahjong,
It's so annoying.
but not in
I mean,
a
mahjong's
RPG
fine.
game.
Yeah. RPGs love their mini games. It's always
Which is fine. I mean,
it's always
because
been a staple of our JRPGs.
it gives more playability. You know, you can continue keep playing different things if you don't want to do the main story. Alright, so
I mean, I'm going through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth right now, finally, since it came to PC. And man, I gotta say, they really turned up the dial on the mini games.
yeah,
Like the original Final Fantasy VII had a lot of mini games, but it's just like, man, everything's a mini game.
I have not played any of the new Final Fantasy games in a while, but I have heard stories of the mini games.
Some of them are alright, but man, I feel like there's too many.
Yeah, I've tried to not watch other people play just for I don't want I don't want spoilers in case I ever do play.
Somehow still, even after a year, I haven't really spoiled myself for the end of this one, so no one say anything, please, in the chat. I shouldn't have said anything. I mean, I played the original. How much different can it be?
Oh yeah. Hold on. Yeah.
I weren't paying attention, then how'd you know? Yeah? Riddle be that. How'd you know to say that? Alright, you got me there. Oh yeah, someone mentioned Suikoden earlier, which I've never played, but I looked through the screenshots once, so that counts. Because it's just a visual novel.
Yeah, I've never looked at that.
It does have some banger anime intros though. Kind of like Suikoden 3 prototypes.
Alright, so this is still going.
Yep.
This is one of the longer, just like nothing happening.
It's a fun scene though, you know, everyone ganging up on Ace, as they always do.
Yeah, poor Ace.
And Ayla is, you know, the first time in the big city, she really wants a soda.
I could use a soda.
What's your favorite soda?
Cherry Coke Zero.
Cherry Coke is a great answer.
That
would be one of my favorites as well.
That has always been my drink of choice if I'm getting something at like a gas station or like at a store. But unfortunately, not everybody has cherry, so you got to stick with the original.
You know, I live in New York City, and we have our bodegas here.
Oh,
and
okay, that's nice.
We always have like Dr. Brown's, which is the the Jewish deli soda.
Dr.
You can like
Brown's.
only get. Yeah, you only get around here. Well, I'm sure you can get them elsewhere, but whatever. They're very prevalent here. But there's like the black cherry flavor, by far my favorite soda.
Nice. I have not tried the new orange cream Coca-Cola, but at the same time, I'm not really. I'm not a big orange fan, but might have to try it.
I like orange soda. I'm like hell. I like orange soda. Any other people born in the 90s would get that one?
Unfortunately, I was born in the 80s, almost 70s.
Yeah. You were a little too old for Keenan and Kel.
Yeah. I of course know who they are because, well, everybody knows, but
It's Kenan Thompson. Yeah, everyone knows Kenan Thompson.
Yeah, I never watched any of their show.
I think I was like just the right age.
Because I feel like
Kenan and Kel.
I feel like they came out around the time I was in high school, I want to say.
I mean, you were still kind of in the age group. I was maybe a little on the young side for Kenan and Kel. Because they were kind of like, if you're born in like the late 80s, they were probably like your kind of show.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
For one of the first ever movies I rented on VHS was Good Burger.
Never saw that.
I mean, it is what it is.
I did see the SNL 50 and I saw him. He is still on there. It's crazy that he is on.
Keenan is he's never going anywhere.
I'm pretty sure he's been there the longest of anybody, like at least 25 years.
He's been there a long time. At probably 20, yeah.
He still looks like he's 20. Alright. So now we're going to make our way to Le Book.
Wait, no, I take that back. I didn't rent Good Burger. My brother rented Good Burger. He was born in '86. So I guess Keenan and Kel definitely was like, and all that were definitely a him thing. But I did kind of also watch them. I rented, because we rented movies together. We went to the, as people used to do back then. Again, with the kids these days, they don't understand. I got that really bad Lost in Space movie, which came out around the same time. With the
guy from
Joey Tribbiani.
Yeah, I remember that. I did watch that one. That was as cheesy as it could get.
But yeah, I mean, it was like it was a '90s sci-fi movie.
But the problem with it, around the same time, there was what was it, Space Quest? That came out.
Galaxy Quest.
Galaxy Quest. Oh man, that was much better. Space.
Yeah, Galaxy Quest was great.
Yeah.
I also loved that movie. I think like Lost in Space was like '98. Galaxy Quest was '99, I think.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much around the same time. So. But I
think I saw Galaxy Quest in theaters. Yeah. I was like 7.
Wow.
I had interesting taste in movies back then.
Let's see, I guess I was 18 when it came out. So 18 or 19.
The 90s. I barely remember you.
That's okay. The way it's going, the 90s are gonna, like everybody was infatuated with the 80s for not too long ago. Everybody's gonna be infatuated with the 90s again, and then soon people are gonna be talking about the 2000s as being retro.
Yeah, the goth look is gonna come back. Everyone's gonna get frosted tips.
Oh God.
They're all gonna look like Smash Mouth.
To answer your question, no, you cannot beat this in 8 hours. If you could, if somebody could find a way, please let us know, because it's this is only part 1 of 2 parts. We're gonna do 8.5 hours tonight, and we're gonna do 6 hours on Sunday. Though it shouldn't take us that long on Sunday, but we will see. But yeah, we are definitely looking for anybody to help us out on routing this faster than what we've come up with. So if anybody out there can help us, please.
And unfortunately, when it comes to the Suikoden games, there's not really any time you can just skip whole sections of them.
No, I mean,
like I've seen the.
I'm sure there's a way you can manip something where you can cause the game to think you're in a different chapter, maybe somewhere out there, but you know, unfortunately, there's not enough runners of high quality searching. So
Yeah, it's not like the Final Fantasy games.
yeah,
Because there's in like Final Fantasy, there are. I know with 7, you can skip like whole sections or just completely removed from the speedrun.
they also have 100 times more runners too.
Yeah, they find them, but like Suikoden 3 has what, 3?
Yeah,
have they ever done it?
Technically, we have 3, but none of us actually run it. We just have times.
Yeah, because no one wants to sit here for 12 to 15 hours.
Exactly. That's why
You want to literally torture yourself.
That's why you only see one of us doing it on a special occasion, or you know, just because we went crazy. Here's our first dragon, and a fail.
Nice, let's increase that counter.
Yeah, we up to 3. Hey, just 1. Okay.
Actually, now that I think about it, there is a skip in 2. There's the zombie skip, which it's not a huge part of the game. You're not technically skipping anything, you're just skipping part of the dungeon.
I mean,
I guess it doesn't really count as skipping.
Yeah.
But it is your saving time, so I guess it's fine.
A skip is the skip. I mean, but that's, you know, the one thing. It's like to figure out any skips in this game would be really hard, as a lot of the game, like I said, is just talking. So like if you found a skip, it might be ways to skip cutscenes. That's, you know, like if you could figure out a way to skip cutscenes, you could save a ton of time, like doing certain manips, owing, you know, controller manips or something like that.
Yeah, if you go by like a game that was made around the same time, like Final Fantasy X has sections that you can skip, but you have to do very precise movements.
Yeah.
And sometimes it'll break the game if you do it.
And nobody.
So you got to be very. Yeah, you have to be very specific. But also, I guess they figured out the RNG for it now, so no one even bothers to do that anymore.
So
once you figure out the RNG in a game, it's just not as the speedrun. It's always so much more boring.
Yeah. So there is one way to break this game, but all it is you can get Chris up to level 99 very early in the game. Unfortunately for a speed run, we don't want to sit there and get her to level 99 because we don't need to. So that would just be costing us even more time.
Be a waste of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I think there is like some sort of soft lock that happens. I think Space Coyote's mentioned it before, when all the map points are opening up at the beginning of chapter 4, can like soft lock the game.
Yeah, I remember him saying something about that. Because that happened to him a long time ago.
And there's a couple. I know there's a couple spots in Suikoden 2 also. If you walk in a certain spot, it'll just break the game.
That's always
just hopefully those don't happen.
Just we're gonna walk to a certain spot. All right.
Yeah.
So in this fight, once again, we are basically going to cast 2 spells. It's going to take 2 turns to cast them, and then the fight will be over. So, Soaring Bolt and Blazing Wall. So, and then these guys can just attack. And it'll take 2 turns to get those spells off, but once we do, pretty much this fight will be over. So
honestly, a Suikoden 3 remaster where it makes it faster to travel, I don't know. It just wouldn't be Suikoden 3 anymore. You're supposed to suffer.
You have a point there. Alright, we want to make sure we hit all of them here. But, I mean, like, even traveling faster, it's not like that's gonna save you a ton of time. Because it's more the talking, and talking, and talking, and talking.
And more talking,
and
yeah.
talking. You know? It's really not, I mean, like, yes, speeding up would help, but it's the talking.
I mean, at least there's no voice acting. Imagine how much longer it would take.
Do any of the Suikoden games have voice acting?
Yeah, 4 and 5 both have voice acting.
Do they? Okay, I could not remember. Oh, who is this?
I mean, when 4 came out, I always thought before 4 came out that Suikoden would never have voice acting. It would just always be text. And then 4 came out, and I was blown away.
Yeah.
By this newfangled voice acting technology. Of course, the first person you hear is like Snow.
Oh yeah.
And it's just downhill from there in that game.
So, yeah, I mean, if they remastered this one, like 1 and 2 do not need voice acting, that's for sure, because that would. But they could put voice acting in this one. I feel like it's a product of the 3D games, voice acting.
Yeah, I mean, 10 had it, and it was definitely it was a lot more rare in games in like the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
But I think once Final Fantasy X did it, it was kind of like now your JRPGs have to do it.
Except for the ones that
and
didn't
3
want to
was
spend
probably
the money.
already in. Yeah, and 3 was probably already in production when 10 came out, so they didn't, they weren't going to add it. So, but 4, of course, had to have it because Final Fantasy, broke the ground.
Yeah, that's true. And then everybody had to be the same.
Suikoden always was kind of like we have Final Fantasy at home game. But I prefer to Final Fantasy, but
Yeah.
We're the rare ones.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like you chose your side, and we, like you can play both sides, but definitely people have chosen their sides on which one they want to support more. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough people supporting our side, and 2006, I think, was our last main game that came out. Everything else has been
that was it.
side. Like Tear Christ came out 2009 or something like that for the DS. What it had card
Yeah, but it was never the
battles.
same.
Yeah, Tactics came out. No, Tactics came out after
Tactics was
this one, I think.
Came out after 4 and before 5.
That's
it's like
right.
like a midway. Because 4 was 2004. Tactics was 2005, and then 6 or 5. If only 6 came out. 5 was 2006.
Wait, where am I going? Ring shot, right? Yeah. Woven Web in 2012. Okay.
And even that was 13 years ago.
Yeah.
This is just crazy. I remember spending so much time on the Suiko X community, the forums. Before we had social media, we had forums. And we had our little war game that we had. And that was 20 years ago already.
20 years ago, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, like it's crazy to look back and see how, time has flown in the gaming industry. Just, like how everything has changed.
Time has flown in our lives.
Yeah. We'd rather not talk about that, but yeah.
Every day, it feels like time goes so much faster.
I think when you get older, time does actually speed up. It's just that point in your life where you're like, man, everything's so slow, and then you get like to an adult, and it's just like, oh, there went 5 years. It's like, what happened?
Well,
And
yeah, it's when you're young, every day is so much more consequential. But when you're older, like all the days are just the same.
yeah,
And you have more memories to compare to.
and you definitely
It's
did
just
not
like,
worry about spending 13 hours playing an JRPG.
yeah,
They,
man, to be young again.
that's true. You do have more memories to compare it to, more life experiences.
These are the kind of philosophical questions we ponder when being bored by Suikoden 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what else do we, I mean, we could sit here and read like movie scripts or something like that for the next 8 hours. Something.
Yeah, we can just have like trivia. You can play trivia. Can I've seen speedrunners who will speedrun a game and then have something else up on the screen that they're
Oh
also
yeah.
paying attention to,
See,
which is just like crazy. I don't know how they do that.
Twitch got rid of their stream party thing, didn't they? Where you could watch a movie with your chat, because that would have been great for playing this game and watching a movie together, or six
Yeah,
movies
you would just
together.
like make this one the small screen and
Yeah, exactly.
have the movie be the rest of the screen.
I mean, you could pretty much watch every single Harry Potter in the same time.
Yeah, you got 12 hours. You can get through the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Yeah,
The extended editions.
yeah, very extended ones. And the great thing about like
I mean,
this game is, nobody knows what's going on anyway, so it doesn't matter.
yeah. I mean, I've kind of we tried anyway. My friend was playing that game. What's it called? Trombone Champ,
Oh God.
which is like it's like that Guitar Hero trombone game.
Yeah, I saw that.
Uh, and
That
they
look.
have like mods and stuff. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this stuff, but whatever. They
Uh,
have like the Star Wars. They had like a Star Wars Episode 3 one where it's just the entire movie, and you're just doing Guitar Hero to that movie. We
Interesting.
got through a pretty good chunk of it until we just got bored of just only listening to it, and then we just watched the actual movie.
Yeah. Hollywood DMCA, and that happens anyways. You know what was funny was when I'm not doing these kind of dumb runs, I'm playing Zelda speed runs, the randomizer. So I do a lot of like Zelda runs, and I got struck by somebody, and I looked it up why it was, and it said you were using copyrighted material, and it was somebody who had made a cover of the Zelda song that got a strike for me. I was like, wait a minute, I'm playing the original game, and they gave me a strike for that? That makes no sense. It's like,
Well,
what?
lawyers. If only we could listen to Shakespeare.
If only. Well, we could. It's just,
Well, yeah,
I mean, I
yeah.
don't know how many
That's
people would
definitely something I'm
want
not allowed to
to.
say.
Yeah, I don't know how many people. Well, would you get? Yeah, I guess you get struck if you listen to a book on tape, but it was um, a with one of those books that's in the general public.
Yeah,
What do
I
they
mean,
call
those ones are
those?
probably fine. And the I don't know.
Uh, yeah,
Yeah, there's a term for it.
public domain.
In the
Thank you, Luke.
public domain. Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
So
Thank
if it
you.
so if it's in the public domain, you could potentially listen to a book on tape while speedrunning this game.
But you're pretty much already watching a book on tape.
Uh, more or less, yeah. All right. So the interesting thing about Chapter 2 for Godot is we're actually almost to the end of it because there's not much to it. It's just all of this talking.
They all pretty much have, like, each of the characters have, like, a really fast chapter. You have, like, Ghetto Chapter 2, Hugo Chapter 2. Hugo Chapter 2 is, like, goes by at light speed. And
Yeah.
then
Chris's Chapter 2, not so
Chris, I guess
much.
Chris Chapter... Yeah, Chris Chapter 2 is long. Chris Chapter 1, I think, is probably her short one.
It is, yeah. Because her second one's pretty long and third one is about average.
I mean, all of the Chapter 3s are really long. Probably Hugo's is probably the shortest. Maybe?
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're all really long.
Not,
Ghetto's is probably the shortest.
yeah, I was gonna say yeah. Alright.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was gonna ask what the 14 was. I was like, it's a team I've never heard of.
Sandwich Kid makes a good point. Yeah, the performance is copyrighted, but I guess not the text.
But
So you could say it, right? Like, if you wanted to, like, recite Shakespeare,
okay.
that's fine.
But what I mean, because
But
at this point somebody has recorded a recording of Shakespeare at least 100 years ago. That has to be in public domain at this point. Somebody
I
on one
mean,
of
you could
those
probably do that, right? Like,
old uh, records or whatever. Yeah, you could probably find something. I mean, it is
yeah, I'm no
into.
lawyer here, you know.
Oh yeah, it is interesting how with Mickey Mouse and all of those things coming to public domain, and now you're seeing like all the horror movies making horror movies out of them. It's like, yeah, that's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but 1920s era recordings would not be great. Yeah, you're right.
They'd be kind of cool though.
They would be. There are some actually interesting ones of like presidents and stuff, and you just kind of it's just interesting the way they sounded, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't recorded in the best sound studio or anything, or equipment.
But also, it's like we just don't know what they sound like, so it's like weird to put an actual voice to them.
Uh-huh.
Like, didn't they say like Lincoln had a really high pitched voice or something?
Oh, really?
I think that was what like Daniel Day-Lewis did in the movie. I don't know. That may have just been like a kind of misconception or something. I don't know. Who knows? But I believe that he had a high pitched voice. He was tall. You know?
He was tall. Because I'm from Kentucky, and so the one thing that I know is everybody around here still talks about Lincoln because he was born here, and we have a guy downtown where I live that looks exactly like Lincoln, and he cosplays as Lincoln.
Maybe it is him.
That would be interesting. That's for sure.
You never know.
All right, so there was another fail. Oh, we got another one. We're up to 5. And
yeah,
we
this
have...
is like one of the worst places.
Yeah. It's alright, as long as we don't get 3.
Yeah, maybe when Suikoden goes into the public domain, someone will make Suikoden 6.
Nobody will care at that point. I mean, it's got to be 100
yeah,
years,
we'll
right?
be dead.
We're gonna have
Suikoden
neural
will die
links.
with us.
We're gonna have neural links where everybody's gonna be playing inside of a Suikoden game.
We can just make our own, yeah. Each an individualized Suikoden game.
That's true.
Which sounds honestly pretty terrible. But it's better than not having it at all, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Alright, and more talking. No, Jacques did not deserve the axe to the head, but he took it like a man. And he will take many more. He's not
the
weak.
Best character.
Well, he's not weak like some 4-letter named character that takes 1 hit and dies and does not come back.
Oh, there's one.
See, we're already up to 6. We're barely an hour and a half in.
Are you gonna keep the same counter going in the second half?
Yeah. I'm gonna go until the end of the run. So this is also another part in the run that can be very scary, unless you sit and heal yourself just after this whole area. Just because you keep running into these, and if you're failing, then you're getting hit, and you're not really... You don't want to fail too many, basically. But there is another part in the game where you come back here and you basically fail a fight, and everybody's at 1 health, and you have to leave and not get attacked, or you really die. But if you take time to save in this game, there's no way you're going to get any kind of a good time, because it takes literally like a minute to save every time you get to a save point. It's so slow.
So if you have to go back, then it definitely is
Yeah,
slow.
especially if you have to go back, yeah. So if you pick any option there but option 3, you have to fight them. So we pick option 3 so that we don't have to fight them. And with that, we'll go through this talk, and all we have to do is make our way out of here and then back down the mountain pass, and we'll end chapter 3. Or, I'm sorry, we'll
You only have to go through.
Get to chapter 3.
You only have to go through like a part of the mountain path too. You don't have to go through all of it.
Yeah, you just have to make it down to the golem, which is where Twin Snakes was.
So you get the bosses. The treasure boss is kind of interesting because they change, but then they'll also change back. So you have like the Twin Snakes in chapter 1. Then you have the golem who's there, like 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And then the Twin Snake comes back.
Yep. There's a second Twin Snake fight. Yeah.
That's in what, chapter 5?
4 or 5.
It's the same in other places. Like you have the crab guy, but then he also changes out. You have the griffin and the big knight guy. And you have that annoying flying fairy woman in the Flame Champion hideaway.
Oh was sitting there, I was thinking about that one. I was like, I don't remember that one, but yeah, no. And
Yeah, and what does she do? She like puts people to sleep or something, or makes them silenced. Some annoying thing like that.
The worst of all is the creatures in the forest heading to the ninja hideaway that will just like put you to sleep, and you just sit there and just take hits over and over again.
This game can be very unforgiving.
It can, especially to a speed run where you don't save.
Despite it just being a walking and talking simulator.
Yeah. I've watched a couple people play this casually, and I sit there and I'm like watching them and I'm like, man, when you save and you sit there and you kind of like, you're not really grinding, but you're also not running away. You really are just like ultra powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a cozy game. You know, it's not hard. It's just like nice. It's very quiet.
Uh-huh.
The music is very like subdued. It's very nice.
It's also like that the opening credits, like when you first turn the game on and you get hit with that great FMV, and you're like, man, this game's gonna be fire the whole way through, and then it's like, no, we're just gonna talk a lot. You're like, man, that opening FMV though is just so fire.
I mean, they should have just made an anime.
Yeah.
It would have been very good.
I will say, like, around this time, I was also playing the Dot Hack series, and then they made an anime for it, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. Making an anime out of your game, that's the way to go.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. I mean, they do it all the time these days. You have Arcane. No one asked for a League of Legends cartoon, but you know.
But it was awesome.
For some reason it was good, and it pains me to say it.
It is one of the better things made, I would say. And then what was the other one? Cyberpunk had a really good series that came out. And
Fallout had a TV show.
I have yet to see the Fallout.
That was actually pretty good too.
I have heard really good things. Man, if you have all of your Dot Hack games, I applaud you, because when I saw that Quarantine, that Quarantine's 2, Infection's 1. Whatever the fourth one is worth like $500. I was like, nope, selling it. Unless you're just talking about... No.
I don't think I've heard the name Dot Hack in like 20 years.
I love the Dot Hack series. It was literally the forefront of all the new animes that are being stuck, about people being stuck in a video game. I mean, they did it...
Isekai or whatever it's called?
Is that what it's called? Okay. I mean, they basically did it
I'm not an anime person.
Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, way before anybody else, so... I'm sure there was somebody else that did it, but I mean, I definitely enjoyed it. Alright, so we are heading to Chapter 3. Okay, so Quarantine was the last one. Yeah. I really enjoyed playing those games. I mean, I hate to talk about other games during this, but like the way that hack and slash, and they had basically it wasn't random generated dungeons. It was like you could build your own level to go to. So you'd put in like 4 different words and you would go to a different world. And so it's like you could go to so many different worlds. It's never the same gameplay, sort of. Alright. Chapter 3. Last chapter for Godot. Alright, we have...
At least it teleported you to Brass Castle and didn't make you walk there.
We finally made it to Brass Castle, which means after after 2 chapters, we could finally level up our skills. And also our weapons, because our characters have done so much fighting that with these weapons, they really need that level up.
But you made it through it.
Yeah. And they're gonna do so much more fighting in this chapter. How many fights do we have in this chapter? 3, I think. Yeah, we have 3 fights in this chapter. So.
What do you fight? Do you fight Do you go to the Northern Cavern?
No, it's during the castle scene. Like when you make it to the castle, and you make it into you have to fight to get into the front door.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because you go to the Budik. Forgot about that.
Yeah, that's
fight all the knights.
Yeah, pretty much all there is. So, I mean, yeah, you can... Alright, hold on 1 second. Blacksmith, come on. You're not a blacksmith. You are.
That's the guy to the right.
Yeah.
That's the armorer. The right. There he is, right there.
Yeah, I'm sitting here, I'm like, wait, which way? Okay, so... Bang, clunk, bang, clunk. We're gonna get this up to level 8. So, in the next 2 characters, we're going to actually spend a lot more time in Brass Castle. So, this first trip in is kind of just like a little taste of what we're going to be doing for the rest of the game, as we spend a decent amount of time in here getting ready for battles. And also, of course, Chris and Hugo first meet in Brass Castle during their chapter 1s, which is an interesting foreshadowing of a certain character's demise.
Yeah, a certain character. I wonder who that could be.
Yeah. Somebody who is shall not be mentioned. Don't do it. Thank God we have Jacques. Jacques is the
Doc knows
savior.
what's up.
He knows what's going on. He also wears the sweetest coat too.
He does. That is a really nice coat. It's very French coated, which I guess makes sense for his name.
I never really thought about that, but you are right. All right, so
I mean, all of Ghetto's team have like awesome clothes. They all have like great get-ups.
All right, so we're gonna go to the tutor here, and we're gonna remove Joker's repel. So forget it, Joker. And then we're gonna get lightning here up to a B+. So not everybody can use, everybody's affinity to magic is different. So some people can't go as high as others in certain magics. Godot could get all the way up to A in lightning, but other people may not be able to get that high. And so it's an interesting system where everybody could do the same magics, but you wouldn't be as good as somebody else, depending on which character you choose to use. Oh, that's not good. Did I screw up?
Oh.
That's alright. Oh, it's because she died so many times.
It's
Well,
not the end of the world.
it's not. It's not. Not now, because we can come back to it later. We just have to remember to get her up to A later. Alright, so now we're going to leave Brass Castle, and we will be back in Brass Castle later with Hugo.
Are you doing Hugo after this one?
Yes, Hugo will be the second one, and we will end with Chris. And now we're going to go to Vinny del Zexi.
Vinay del Zexe. Some random concoction of languages that Konami came up with.
So, oops, I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. So the last time we came through here, everything escaped from us, but this time we might not be as lucky. Or I guess we let everything go. I love the fights on these, not these guys. Some of the enemies that you fight along this path are just like, oh, it's a beetle that shoots rockets out of its back. Like, what? Like, that's a new one.
I mean, it's a good one. They got some good ones in this game. Like, all of Suikoden has some good enemies.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of them are usually just like reskins, but, you know, they're still fun. I know, it's nostalgic for us too. That's why we love them.
I mean, yeah, for me, this is a very big nostalgic game, being, I mean, one of the earliest JRPGs I played that wasn't a Final Fantasy. As I definitely played the original Final Fantasies, but I just never got into them like I got into this game at the time. I was like, yeah, they're kind of cool, but it wasn't like hard into them. Final Fantasy VI has always been my favorite, but I still would have rather played this game.
Yeah, I played, you know, some of the Final Fantasy games, but it was always Suikoden that was... I always much preferred Suikoden.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I got way more out of it. Especially because it was, you know, all in the same, you know, on the same planet, and all the games are kind of connected to each other.
Yeah.
Felt more like a rich world and story and characters. Whereas Final Fantasy, you know, each game, you know, they had their cast of characters and they had a world, but it was never like super fleshed out.
Yeah. And, you know, even though this world is all connected, you still can play any of the games by themselves. You didn't need to know the lore of 1 and 2 to play this one. So,
I mean, it certainly would have like helped, but it wasn't required.
yeah, yeah. I mean, 4 and 5 are a whole different, since they're prequels more than because Suikoden 3 is actually the last game in the timeline. So 1, 2, and 3 were all before 4 and 5. Wait,
After,
sorry.
And 4 is the earliest. It's like 150 years before 1. And then 5 is a few years before 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, then 2 is 3 years after 1, and then this one is 15 years after 2.
Yeah. So
you get a bunch of characters that come back in this from 1 and 2, but they're much older. Like you have Futch, who's, you know, absolutely, he's like, you know, been lifting for sure.
And then, but then you got some characters that look exactly the same.
Yeah.
Like Luke.
Well, obviously Jean and Vicky. And Luke, yeah, because Luke has the Truant also. And you can actually, it's interesting too because obviously you have Luke, who's a very big character in this one, and he's in one, and he's like an auto join, but he can die
Yeah,
in uh war battles. So he can like actually you can do like a time paradox where
yeah,
you kill him in the first game, load that game into two, then load two and load three, and then
and then all of a sudden he's back.
live in a world where he's dead but also alive.
You could say it's just another clone, you know.
I mean, he is required in two as well. So it's like, yeah, I guess it is just another clone.
All right, so for those that do not know, that is Boris. He is a member of Chris's gang, who we will see when we get to Chris in about 4.5 hours. We are coming up very close to the end of Godot's 3 chapters. Um, we have a lot of talking, a lot of walking, and 3 fights. And we also have a duel. I do enjoy the idea of the duels in this game. They always remind me of the Secret of Monkey Island when you would duel in that game, because it's all just about going off of what your enemy says and trying to figure out how to attack them. It was just something about that I always enjoyed.
Yeah, it's rock, paper, scissors, but it's like kind of fun.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
just guessing. You have to like kind of look into what they're saying. They
Schrodinger.
made it harder in some of the later games in the series. How it actually times you. Because in like 1 and 2, I guess 3 and 4 also. I don't really remember, but you can just take as much time as you want to read and know what they're saying. But in 5, you have like 5 seconds or something to choose.
Yeah, yeah. That's the one good thing here is you can yeah. I just take some time, figure out, because some of them can be a little um, hard to differentiate if they're an attack or if they're a death blow.
Yeah, some are really obvious, but then it's like there are others that it could be either.
Yeah.
You just have to hope for the best. Of course, in speedruns, we write it all down, so we all know. But at least in 2, we don't write them all down. We write the more common ones down. So I know with the Luca Blight duel, right before he dies, one time I was practicing speedrunning, and all of the things he said were not written down on the notes.
Uh-huh.
So I had to guess, and I guessed wrong every time.
Oh no.
And hopefully that does not happen tomorrow.
Wow. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. There's one of those times where you come out and you're facing a different direction and you like almost accidentally run right back into the screen that you were in.
It's such a relic of the time
Yeah.
in
But
video games.
I mean, like the camera system in this game, they do. I believe they did very well with it. It's just few things here and there they could have improved on. It's like,
And you do those things where it like switches the perspective really quickly like that, and that can really mess you up. Because there have been times I've played this game and it does that right there, and I'll like accidentally go back.
Yeah.
And it switches the perspective again. It can be rough sometimes.
Like, yeah, the times when you get a nice little black screen between the switch, you're like, okay, be ready for it. But yeah, like exactly like you're saying, where there's no like black screen between, so you don't know what's coming up, and then
Yeah,
all of a sudden it hits you. All right.
it can be rough.
So a big thing here going into North Cavern, if you find yourself when you're running through here, if you find that you fail an escape and you get attacked and Godot is at lower health, uh, you could lose the Duke duel really fast because Godot actually starts with whatever health he has in the duel. So you always want to make sure he is topped off before going into this duel. Because I learned that the hard way. Made it all the way here, got failed an attack, or failed an escape, got hit, was down to like under half health, and then in the duel, even though I clicked the right things, you still lose because you'll still take damage. There's a fail.
Classic. Oh, there's. Yep.
There's a fail. Hey, alright. We are, we're up to 8. Alright. Going around this circle, this pisses me off sometimes, because they have a spot that if you don't stay around the outside edge, and while you're, like, going around it, you'll just fall right back down to the bottom. It's like, you guys, yeah, like, right there.
Which is nice when you're going the other way. You can use those to go down faster.
Yeah. But going up...
But not when you're going up. Yeah.
Like, come on now. Why can't you put a railing? There's another one. Alright. So, when we get down to the bottom of the next spot, in the next part, that's when the duel will be. So we'll need to make sure that we are leveled up once we go through this section. Or, we need to make sure we're healed up.
You're as leveled up as you're going to get.
Yeah, which is barely. Alright, so he could use a little bit of tomato. There we go. And yeah, now we'll take the quick... Fortunately, not all of them are... There we go. Alright. So we're going to go with option 1 for the Duke duel. There's Duke. Gotta love the one-eyed dog, man.
This game has some good characters.
It does. Especially once you get to Duck Village. Alright. Let's go. No quarter given. Death blow beats attack. Or wait. Oh, that's right. He does a death blow. I need to attack instead. See, I have already forgotten.
When he does death blow, you gotta defend.
That's right. Yeah. Now this is a fight. Here comes. Alright, this is an attack, so I need to do death blow.
I don't know, hopefully he Doesn't do attack again.
Well, I'm dead.
It's so over. Oh.
No.
Oh.
Alright, so I need to attack.
Probably defend, but I guess, yeah.
That was a close one. Thankfully, my dual gauge was on his side, I guess. So I got the first attack. Hardly felt that. Try a little harder. I'm guessing, yeah. Almost lost this one.
Definitely. Oh no. It's down to 1. Okay, you're good.
Hey! Good job.
A close fight.
I definitely would not have survived if I hadn't healed up. I do want to heal up, though. Just to make sure that I have full health going to the 3 fights. Because I don't believe we heal before then. Yeah, that was close.
It was definitely a bit nerve-wracking, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. And now we're gonna go into back through the cave to meet Solomon, who's going to tell us about Budak Castle. Or not.
I didn't even know you could get fights on this screen.
Yeah, there's a lot of randomness when you can and can't get fights, that's for sure.
Hmm.
And with this, we will now head to the castle after this long talk here.
Yeah, this is a big, like, story dump here where it just, like, explains everything that's going on.
Yeah, this, basically here's where, they find out that they've all been tricked by Sarah because Sarah disguised herself as Chris and fought the clans, which
Yeah.
basically got everybody fighting each other. And
Yeah, that was, like, the first thing, Sarah killing the lizard clan chief, and then everyone gets all riled up. There's, like, some sort of magic spell at the Karya village. When it gets burned down, it makes everyone go crazy.
Yeah.
And get all, like, super bloodthirsty. That's why Boris committed a whole bunch of war crimes. So really, it wasn't his fault.
Yeah. But
I mean, it still is his fault. He still did it. But he was all magicked up.
but because and this is what I loved about this game is if you did everybody's chapter, do chapter 1 for everybody and do chapter 2 for everybody, at this point everybody is starting to figure it out, but we haven't done anybody else's. We haven't done any of Chris's or any of Hugo's, so they are basically still in our world, have no idea what's going on because we're going to start over from scratch on them. But
yeah, the cool thing is seeing things from different perspectives. That's what was so cool about this game,
mm-hmm.
the different point of views and them running into each other at different times and like seeing the different side of it.
Yeah, I remember the first time I played it, I did all of the chapter 1s, then all the chapter 2s, then all the chapter 3s. In that way because I didn't want to get lost. Like I wanted everybody to be on the same So, and now as we speed run it, it's just like, all right, let's just hurry up through this.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, you could do it that way in a speedrun. I guess it wouldn't make any difference.
It wouldn't. Like, you don't get anything different by playing anybody first or playing. Now, if you're doing the Thomas runs as well inside of it, I don't know if that changes or not. Um,
No, I don't think so. Well, there's like you can leave some stuff in the castle. Like you can leave paintings and like vases on the table, on the
yeah,
tables for him to collect in his chapters and get extra money at the start.
yeah, I guess that's all it really is.
Um, but also that doesn't matter that much because you can just cheat the lottery to get extra money.
Yeah. Um, yeah, is there any other way to, like, there's no duping in this game. So you can't really dupe items to get, like, infinity gold. So it's really just the lottery. And here's Thomas's first chapter. We won't do it, of course, when it comes up, but um, that's for a different day. I think it was
But the game
last.
just told you to select it.
I think it was last year. Somebody, I don't remember if it was Sig or Coyote, who did a Thomas run uh, for this marathon. All right, so now we are going to head towards Budak Castle, which will be our first time going left through the plains. But we will once again run through this forest.
Not for the last time.
Nope. Nope. We've got many, many more times. Do we have tier price on the menu for this year? I guess we don't, since
I don't think so.
Sig's just
I
doing the
think
opening and the
we
ending.
got we got pretty filled up with other things.
Yeah,
Like everything else.
that is the one thing I've noticed. We have a lot more games than we've had in the past, because people are actually,
Yeah.
playing the weird offshoot games.
I mean, this apparently is the second longest Suikothon
Oh, nice.
of all time.
Yeah, I'm sure
I
the
think
longest
3
is.
was the longest.
I was probably in that one, and probably caused it to be long. I know I
Let's
wasn't
see.
in.
What was 3? Oh no, I can't see it.
I know I wasn't in last
It
year's.
doesn't let me do it. Oh no, there's links to all the schedules for the Suikothons, but they don't work anymore. That's so sad.
Womp womp. So we get in 3 all week, and that is partially true. All right, we're up to 9. One more, and we'll hit double digits on just Godot alone. I tell you what, if you could get me a base of people that are willing to watch this all the time, I'll become a full-time runner. But unfortunately, that base is just, well, it's really nobody.
Well, you got the Suikoden community. You know, that's it. That's all you need. You don't need anybody else.
Yeah, but all of the time watching this game.
I know, God, that would just
I
be.
mean, most of the community is all for watching Zero, do his, S2 runs, and that makes sense. But watching me do S3, that's that's not so much.
Every once in a while, it can be nice.
I will agree, Sig. You really need to. We need to change the rules. Turbo should be a necessity for this run. I don't know why it's not. I know the three of us have talked about it in the past, uh, but it is so much nicer. There's just something about not having to mash your buttons 54,000 times in one run.
Yeah, that's gonna be me tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, I'm using it now, Sig. I've got turbo on for this run. This is a showcase run. This doesn't count. You haven't heard me clicking my buttons 1,000 times, so I definitely am using it tonight. We got another 3 lever. Love to see it.
Not many will say it's their favorite Suikoden. You guys
I,
are a rare breed.
you know, it, it doesn't have to be the best to be your favorite.
That's
It's
true.
it's
You're not wrong.
nostalgia that makes it your favorite.
Yeah.
I'd be like, nobody's gonna sit here and say this is the greatest game ever made, but it doesn't have to be.
No, absolutely not. I mean, 2 is my favorite. I would say 3 is my second favorite.
I like 1. If I didn't have to do 3, I would pick 1. It, I don't know. The music in 1 is so good too. I mean, but the music's good in all of them, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, Suikoden's always had good music.
And I wonder too, for a lot of people, if they came in later to the series, they might be more interested in 4 and 5, as you start off with better 3D graphics and voice acting and stuff like that. So going back, 3 might just not be as your cup of tea, I guess, because you've already seen better as far as graphics and stuff go.
It's also just, depends on the kind of game you're looking for. If you're looking for a very story-driven game,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
true.
this is perfect for you.
So I am very interested. How long? Oops. Wait, what am I doing? I forgot what I was doing.
And look at the books.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like looking over here at my other screen, trying to figure out, like what my actual speed run, what time of this was. I think 2:31 for Godot. So I'm about on pace, I guess. I'm not really paying attention sometimes.
The hardest part about doing these showcase runs is trying to respond to people in chat and also do the speed run.
Yeah, there's no way
I,
I could ever be a full-time Twitch streamer, because I get distracted so easily, and I'm not even, it's hard to do both at the same time. I don't understand how some of those really big streamers can sit there and play a hard game, while also communicating to chat the whole time. It impresses me.
I guess it's just practice, I guess. They do it all the time. So they just
I
get
mean,
used to it.
8 to 10 hours a day. Yeah, I guess you'd get good at it after a while. Yeah, Has War. You're correct. It was a very nice manga series.
Dark Light. I'm sorry that your first one was 4. I assume that's why it's your speedrun of choice. But I'm so sorry.
I
I
mean,
mean, well, 4 is not. It's not a horrible game. It's just like
to each their
it's a
own.
downgrade. It's definitely a downgrade from 2 and 3.
Yeah, who was it? Was it Alcaster? That was his first one too, I think. And that's the one he speedruns.
Another game that we don't have very many speedrunners. Same with 5. I mean, 2 is the one we have the most.
Oh yeah, I mean
It's
that's
really
kind of obvious.
it's the easiest barrier for entry when it comes to speedruns
Yes.
for the series.
All
Which is
right.
why I do it, because I don't want to put in any effort.
Sorry. So we're gonna try to leave the castle. Unfortunately, we're gonna get turned around and have to actually fight.
I think when it comes to the longest speedrun, I think 3 and 5 are pretty much comparable time-wise.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, 5 hours of cutscenes seems bad, but that's a lot of downtime for the runner too. So it's kind of like 3, where if you have turbo on, it's really not too bad because you can
I mean,
just
like,
skip through
I guess
stuff.
the difference is, yeah, I guess the difference is in 5, because it has all the cutscenes with all the voice acting, you can go somewhere and, like, take a break for a minute. But in 3, you can't ever do that if you don't have turbo.
All right, there's our first of 3 battles in this chapter. You got 11, 20, and 5. That's pretty good.
Yeah, those loading screens back in the PS2 era, they're rough.
Oops, what did I do? Get that thunderstorm out there. One hit kill.
True Lightning Rune sure is OP.
It really is, yeah. That's 2 of 3 fights in this chapter down. Now, one more to go.
Obviously, Suikoden 4 takes the cake for things taking forever.
Yeah, you know, if I could find some time, I would love to do a 1 through 5 marathon. Like, not a speed run marathon, but actually just play the games without using any kind of like guide or anything again. Because besides three, I would have trouble getting through the other four um, without a guide because I haven't played them that much.
I mean, 5 is tough. 5 has got the most complicated character recruitments. A lot of like 1 and 2 and 4 are just, talk to them.
Yeah.
And that recruits them. But 5, it's much more in depth, doing a lot of different steps. And 3, I guess, is not that hard either. 5 is definitely the hardest when it comes to gameplay.
I still like another thing too is I wanted to run tactics speed run, and I started to route it, and then I just never got back to it, and then Zero ended up routing it, and now actually somebody has done it. I should go back and actually do the run now because I love the tactics games. Those are pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm a bad Suikoden fan. I've still never finished Tactics.
It's all right.
I got it when it came out, and I got to the hard fight, the one that's really hard. Haruna or something, the one that's on like a bridge or whatever. And I just couldn't get through it. I was 13, I guess. It was 2005 or something.
That would
And then I
make
just never
sense.
finished it.
I mean, it wasn't an easy game.
And no. But I imagine I bet I could still pick it up. I still have the memory card. I bet I can just pick up where I left off.
Still having the memory card.
I think I still have the disc too.
That was always.
I know I have 2 and 3.
That was always my problem. When I had actual hardware, I would end up selling it at some point because I'd never want to have things that I wasn't playing, and I'd always want to buy something new. So I had a really bad habit of selling everything way before it got expensive. Now I look back and I'm like, man, if I had saved all of that stuff, I could, you know, have a pretty nice chunk of change.
Yeah, I know you could probably sell a Suikoden 2 disc for, a little bit, but like I'm never gonna get rid of it. It's like a prized possession. It's priceless to me.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I have, I collect One Piece trading cards, and so I have a wall full of them at my house. They're worth a decent amount of money, but I'm never gonna sell them because I just enjoy them.
Yeah, they matter to you.
Exactly.
It's not about the monetary value.
Though if I ever needed it, I could.
Oh yeah, if you ever needed it.
Yeah. All right. So the only thing we have left to do is run to the Flame Champions hideaway. That's it. And we will be done with Godot Chapter 3. And very soon, on to Hugo Chapter 1.
Yeah, the Suikoden 1 PS1 cover. Definitely. Oh yeah, you get the classic emulator half black and white. Nice. At least it's like actually working. It's broken. Like on the emulator I used, it's like half the screen is broken.
Is there something wrong with my screen?
No, it's just what it does on these like flashbacks. It's like I don't know why. I don't know what why the emulator doesn't properly show flashbacks.
Okay, because
But it's just what it does.
yeah, I'm not used to that because I've always been on regular hardware.
But at least that you can actually see the screen. It's like it looks like an old, you know, TV screen with all
Yeah,
the choppiness in on my emulator.
that's funny. This is definitely one of the longer and so much nicer with turbo. Because all of this would have just been mash, 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 mash.
Yeah, I really need to set up turbo on for PS2 or for Suikoden 2. I would. There are just so many quality of life things. If it
Yeah.
wasn't 6 hours, I think I'd probably do it more. It's just 6 hours. How do I find 6 hours?
Um, yeah, I just got myself a new 8-bit Pro 2 controller, and because I'm doing my Zelda runs on emulator as well now too, just because I got rid of my CRT TV, and it's a really nice controller. And I found out that it had turbo on it. I was like, oh my god, I'm definitely using it for this run. I was like, yes, please, let me have that turbo.
You're lucky. I think I have to do like special stuff to do turbo on the PS TV.
Oh yeah.
And I'm too lazy to run the game. Why would I think I'm also too lazy to try to make it easier for myself.
All right, we have hit double digits.
Yeah, I could just not sleep. That would definitely do it.
Yeah.
I don't know how see, Lance, I just don't know how you do it. How you run it so often. I'm just so lazy.
Yeah, yeah, I have so much going on. Like doing this all the time would just kill me.
But I guess like it can be fun. You know, it's like you go
It,
on,
it's fun to
you
do
hang
it
out
once.
with your chat.
It's fun to do it once a year. Oh, we got a big dragon fight that we're gonna run away from.
I mean, 11 times that is impressive, honestly. I've been watching some of those runs, and it's just I don't understand how this streak continues.
Yeah, when he fails though, you always get some good entertainment.
I mean, I just hope it doesn't happen to me. I'm not going to do the safety strat for Miss Monster tomorrow. I'm just going to wing it. I'll save beforehand. I'm definitely going to make a counter, and I'm going to make a bungle counter. I'll make sure I keep track of every bungle.
I need to make sure I have Jaizo's on Godot before we go in. I need to remind myself that.
And if it's not one thing, it's another. The beginning of Suikoden 2 is just so many points of failure.
Yeah.
Once you get past like the Matilda glitch battle, you're probably fine. You have the Kiba fight, which is bad, but other than that,
All right.
it's pretty much smooth sailing.
Kaput Force. This is. I do not like this force at all. This is the force that always seems to like give me the most trouble. So I hope it's going to be nice to me today.
Luckily, you don't have to deal like Chris has to go the other way into like Almacanon, but luckily you could just pass through and it's not that bad.
Well, it's chapter 4 in here. That's where you really get, like, when you come in here during chapter 4, it's like it just wants to, like, make you feel terrible.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if you had to recruit Landis.
Yeah. Doesn't Landis just randomly join you in here?
I know, that's the problem.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, you just never know when it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
This has been decent.
Oh,
Yay,
right
there's
before
those
you were
beetles.
done. And this failure. Classic.
Rocket beetles.
Luckily they're doing the fast attack. I think with Landis too, a lot of people used to think that he only showed up if you, like, once you went into a random encounter, but he actually shows up just at any moment. So it could be before you get into a random encounter. The only way you know is if you go to an encounter. Well, you could know if you looked at your menu, but no one ever just does that. I guess some people do.
Alright, so we have made it to the end of Godot tonight. We're going to walk through here. He's going to go, and because he's the third one that shows up, we'll get to see the other two characters. I don't remember what the order is. I think it's Chris, then Hugo, then Godot is last.
Oh yeah, that's the weird thing where they're like they all come here together.
But you
But
never
like, where's the
see
rest
the
of their
partners.
party?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like, where were you guys hiding?
Just don't think about it. Oof.
Bronze Sons.
Yeah, he's doing
Only
the
one
big
of them.
attack too. I guess not the. It's still long. At least you don't have to do the annoying fairy woman fight in here.
Yeah. And it's honestly a very quick run through here. Usually you don't even get this many battles. This is kind of being extra today. Alright. So before we do that, alright, he is good to go. There's some bombs. Or no, those aren't bombs. Those
I mean, they literally are. They're pretty
are.
much
Yeah.
exactly Final Fantasy's bombs.
Alright, 13 failed escapes. It's a good start. If we can get, let's see, if we can get to a certain two-digit number, that'll be very nice. That's where I want to end tonight. I mean, not tonight, but at the end. That is my hope.
It's possible.
It is. Alright, so he's going to head down. They're going to go somewhere. Don't know where.
They get like suspended in like some dimension or something.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
That's how I justify it.
Or like
Because
twins.
at one point they get like teleported.
Yeah, into the battle. Or like Twin Snake,
Yeah, they get
everybody
like
else is
teleported.
just sitting over there on the side, but we just don't know it.
Yep. They're just being dramatic.
And there we go. There is Hugo, and there's Chris. And then the Flame Champion's wife, Sana.
But where's the Flame Champion?
Dun, dun, dun.
That's the real question.
And with that, we are done with the first of 3 parts tonight. On to the longest cutscene in the game, Hugo Chapter 1.
Oh yeah, this is really long, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes long or something. I'm gonna go get my second Red Bull. I'll be right back.
It probably is a nice number. I mean, it's definitely possible. I'm trying to like extrapolate here. You get like 13. So you're looking at 39 potentially at the end of today. Certainly plausible.
Yeah, you'd only need 15 in each Chapter 4 and Chapter 5.
And then maybe, if you can't quite get to it, you can if you don't reach it, you could always play a little bit of Thomas.
I mean, you can definitely fudge it at the last walkthrough, going to either, well, I guess going to Luke would be the last one.
Yeah.
All right. So Hugo Chapter 1 once again has a grand total of 2 fights. So
Just the two when you're escaping Fernando's Exe.
yeah, in the right after the end. So, and they're not easy ones either. They're some of the harder fights in the game, just because of you don't have a lot with you at the time.
Hey, do you use like Wind of Sleep or something on them?
Uh-huh. You can try, but there's a good
Yeah, you
chance
can try.
that'll miss. So, but if it doesn't miss, then it's a lot easier of a fight. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Is this our first time meeting a duck? I think it is.
I think so. I mean, maybe you like walk by a couple, but it's definitely
Yeah,
the first time you see a real one.
yeah. I can't even remember if we. I mean, like you could stop at Duck Village on the way to the hideaway at the end of Godot Chapter 3, but I don't know if there was one in Brass Castle or not.
There is. They're probably just like tucked
Hiding.
away somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually probably in the middle. So what? At this pace. Okay. We could come in under 8.5 hours. That's still a possibility.
Yeah, I think you're doing good for time. World record pace.
Oh, yeah, except I'm not paying attention. Head to Jimba. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, nowhere close to the world record pace. There he is. The most reviled person in all of Suikoden 3. Lulu.
Yeah, the man with no name. He should never be spoken.
No way that will ever be important. Alright, and so basically now we'll head to Brass Castle, where we'll immediately get into Brass Castle on Hugo, and also the meeting scene that's very well known in this game.
What's so weird about that scene in Brass Castle where they meet, it's like because of the way the cutscene is, I guess, like designed or something, the text moves really fast just on its own.
Uh-huh.
So you can't really read any of it.
It almost feels like a scene in real life when you have two different groups of people who don't like each other.
Well, yeah, but also like the knights are on their horses and they're moving, and like the text boxes come up, but like they don't. You can't just take time to read it.
Yeah.
So the text just scrolls through really quickly, and you can't read it, any of it. You have to try to read it really fast. But luckily, in the speedrun, it doesn't matter to you because you want to get through it as fast as possible.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you're casually playing, you just like don't know what they say.
So ready for him to die.
I mean, it is a quite a scene, right? Like all three of the POV characters are there at the same time.
Yeah,
And you get like,
that's true though. Godot's kind of like in his own world.
yeah, he's doing his own thing. But Geto and Chris, or Chris and Hugo,
Yeah.
actually meet each other. And you get my like favorite scene. One of my favorite scenes in the whole game is Chris in that like that chapel where she's like thinking about what happened.
Uh-huh.
That's in Chris chapter 2.
Yeah, when she's realizing she might not be exactly doing the right things.
Yeah. She starts to realize that politics are perhaps she's just a pawn of the politicians.
Mm-hmm. See, she's got a lot of depth to her story. Hugo is a letter carrier.
She does. Yeah. I think Geto also. Geto's mysterious. And he's mysterious.
Yeah. I mean, really, with Hugo, he kind of goes through, some trauma. And that's about it, really. I mean, because he's fighting for the clan, but doesn't really, he's got a couple friendships, but they're not like big, Lulu was like his one true friend, I guess.
Well, I'd say Sergeant Joe and Fubar.
Yeah, I mean, true. And Sergeant Joe's just awesome.
And Sergeant Joe's another one of my favorite characters in the game.
Yeah, Fubar gets stuck having to stay out of castles, and he's just sad that he doesn't get to come in.
Yeah, but he's so good as like a pair up with Hugo.
Yeah.
In fights. It's not really a thing you have to deal with a lot, but it's like so nice.
understand that.
It was an extremely uneventful meeting, yeah, when Hugo and Chris meet for the second time.
Oh, shit. I'm sitting here like...
No negative consequences from that.
Very uneventful. Like, I'll give it this. Sergeant Joe, you get to play as Sergeant Joe and you're like, dude, these characters are great. And then you get the rest of the ducks and you're like, oh, maybe not so much.
Maybe the other two, you got Rhett and Wilder.
Yeah.
They're not bad.
I don't know. They could kind of go. It doesn't.
They're an old married couple basically.
Just a bunch of quackers. I will say this run feels like it's going pretty fast tonight. I know it's not like going fast in world record speed or anything. Just like, I don't know, just going by very smoothly tonight. So
Yeah, I haven't really had any issues. It's going by pretty nice.
I feel like chapter 4 and 5 is when you can really get yourself into true trouble. 1, 2, and 3, you're just going through the motions for the most part.
It is how it feels sometimes with speedruns.
Yeah, so it'll
Going
be
through the motions.
Yeah, it'll be interesting going on to Sunday. I'm gonna have to make sure I read up and get ready for the war battles because I think we do 2 war battles in the first 3 chapters, but then the real war battles start in 4 and 5. And those are where you really have to know what you're doing.
I think you do 3. Do you do anything in the Buddha Castle one with Hugo? Or is it just only from Thomas's side? Yeah, I don't think you. Yeah, I guess you don't do anything with Hugo. Hugo, you just do the fights. That's it.
Yeah.
As you're escaping. And this is the thing where it literally just does it for you. You don't even need to turbo through it.
Yeah, you do 1 war battle with Chris. No, you do 2 war battles with Chris. 3 war battles with Chris.
1 and 1, 1 and 2. Do you do a third one?
Yeah, you do.
Chris?
You do 3 with Chris, and none with Hugo.
What's the other one with Chris? I know you do 2.
You do 1 in each chapter with Chris.
Oh yeah, you do.
One of them is literally just sitting there waiting.
Forgot.
Oh, sorry. Like one of them.
The chapter 2 one though is the hard one.
Yeah, there's one where you just like hold off the enemy until reinforcements come. That's pretty much it.
Roland is a big jerk. I don't know why he's an elf, but he's very like Vulcan coded in this game.
I'm really glad to see so many 3 lovers coming out tonight. It's always nice to see more people who are big fans of 3. Alright, so we are going to do some wind for Hugo. Just a D. Then we're gonna do some Joe Water. Alright. Oops. There's Jenny. You gotta remove from Lulu because, trust me, Lulu, you're not gonna need it.
Well, maybe if you didn't remove it.
That's true. I guess technically he could use it in the only two battles that we're gonna see in this chapter. But still better to sell it. A 108 Duck Clan party members in Duck Country? I know you're just joking, but that sounds awesome. At least I think you're joking. You might be. Oh my god. Could you imagine a full game of just ducks, though? That would be very interesting. Alright. Once again, back through this forest. I wonder if this forest is the most seen screen in the speedrun. We failed. Can't believe we failed.
I mean, definitely the plains are up there, just like all the different in-between regions.
Yeah. Alright, so this coming up with it, I don't know what happened, but one of the times I ran this, I got to the end, and you're supposed to sleep at the end 3 times. But for some reason, I didn't have enough money to sleep at the inn. And you can't leave the castle. So I had to end up selling all my equipment so I could stay at the inn. And I don't remember what happened and why. I think it's because
Did you just forget to sell things earlier?
I think it's because I forgot to take the sword off and sell it. The rune from Lulu. I think that's what happens when you don't take the rune off. But I just remember I was like, oh, I can't stay here a third night. This is not good.
Yeah, we've all had moments like that where you just don't know how something could have happened.
It's like when you're at GDQ, it's like never seen that happen before.
Yeah, you always get at least one of those.
Yeah.
Someone dying in a fight that's just like, oh, that's different.
It's like I'm definitely feeling like we're gonna get one of those moments tonight. All right, so unfortunately,
Well, there's plenty of time.
oh yeah, unfortunately, Fubar, you have to stay back. Although you would make those fights so much easier. Oh. All right, so I wasn't the only one who didn't have enough money. Yeah, unfortunately, like unlike other games, like you said, usually staying in an inn is very cheap. But sometimes you
Yeah,
do have to.
Suikoden is always like per person,
Sometimes you have to
so
sell
it's
your
like
sword.
100 potch per person or something.
Is that how it is? That would make sense
Yeah,
because it's 300 potch per stay on this in this part.
yeah, it depends on the end. You know, some of them are more expensive than others.
Oh, food bars. So we'll put three different. Everybody in the middle or in a different line. And now we go to the council building.
But they're politicians and they don't want to see you.
Now, of course. It's a nice view of the city.
Yeah, very, very Dutch coded.
Land by the lake, or yeah, like city by the lake.
It's got the, Tudor style housing,
I could live here.
the merchants. Man, it's a nice little city.
Yeah. I mean, especially it's. I mean, it's no Harmonia, but
Who even knows what Harmonia looks like?
yeah,
Maybe it's like doesn't even have people. Maybe
it's
it's just a
a
maybe it's just a
wasteland.
fantasy.
Yeah.
Maybe it's made up.
You
I
do
mean,
know
we
you.
know Sarah can make up.
Oh, I was gonna say you at
I mean,
least.
we know Sarah can create phantoms, so
Yeah,
who knows?
but you at least know the citadel there because you get the one back the views back in time with
Yeah,
Sasari.
and a bunch of monks with crazy hats.
What? Why did you all come in from a different angle? Yeah, what was that?
They came from the same direction as the twin snakes.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna come from this side over here, and I'll go the other way.
It's more dramatic that way.
I will agree with that statement about the best JRPGs. Dwarf Star? I didn't know there was.
And it's a Viking or whatever, the one who's digging in the
Ah,
Great Hollow.
yeah, you're right. Oh, Joe. What will we ever do with Lulu?
I mean, while Lulu is annoying, at least he's not as bad as Guillaume. He's by far the worst character in the entire, one of the worst characters in the entire series.
Uh, Debatable, but yeah. Alright, so let's see here. We need to go to the item shop and go to the blacksmith. And sorry, Lulu, you're not gonna get your weapon upgraded.
Maybe
Oh,
if he did it, maybe he wouldn't have died.
no, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why I didn't have enough money. Because if you upgrade his sword, then you definitely don't have enough money. I don't remember. I just remember, you know, not having enough money, having to sell my stuff, and then dying on the fight. And I was like, well, that went 3 hours. It's like, maybe another time.
Oh well.
Oh, well. I know we had a cat in chat earlier.
Japanese games do love their cats.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, usually they have normal cats and their people are dogs.
True. Or sometimes you have cat people, like in 4. Alright, well, I think this is where I'll leave you. I gotta get sleep before I have to go tomorrow.
Thanks for jumping on, and good luck with your run in the morning. Or what time is your run?
It's at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. All right. Well, good luck with your run. I went the wrong way.
Thank you. And good luck with the rest of yours. Yeah, the rest of the 5 hours.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I've got chat here to keep me company. So.
Indeed. All right.
All right. Good night.
I'll see you later. Good night.
All right. So I forgot to sell my stuff, so I had no money. Alright, what and Lulu's things. Sorry, Lulu. All your stuff is getting sold because you will not need it. Now we can go back and get the weapons upgraded. And then go take a nap. Yes, you can definitely have multiple dog members in this game. Alright, so Hugo gets up to level 6. Joe can get up to level 7. And that leaves us with plenty of cash to go spend the night. Yeah. No, I think Sergeant Joe is definitely one of those characters that it's really hard not to be a fan of his. He is definitely one of the brighter spots on Hugo's chapters. So I think we can all agree Sergeant Joe is definitely a bro. Alright, so that's one. There's 2. Oh, crap. Any locators? Not here. Alright. Wait. Oh, you know what? One of those didn't count. Yeah, I do it again. Yeah, the thing about Luke is, I mean, he does have a tragic backstory, and all he's trying to do in this game is to destroy his true ruin. Because he just wants to destroy his true ruin. Unfortunately, that's kind of wherever, he joins the Harmonia army basically, and he helps them with their goals because it was helping him towards his goal of destroying his true ruin. Uh, but it's not like I mean, he was forced into it basically. So Luke is an interesting character. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what's. It's kind of why you have to stop him. I mean, he's still he saved Sarah from basically a life of also being controlled. Uh, it's just yeah. All right. So this is now we're gonna get into one of, like I said, more trickier fights. It's the only two fights Hugo has, but we really need our wind of sleep to hit. So we're gonna get through this, and they're gonna send us back. More and more talking. But yeah, how's everybody doing tonight? It's almost midnight here on the East Coast. So thank you all for staying up late with me tonight, and for those of you on the West Coast, thank you for joining. Or hopefully we have some international people too. Yep. What better way to end your night than to watch an RPG that's just a bunch of talking? I mean, I don't know anything else that might put you to sleep. Uber is just a badass. I mean, unfortunately, he will destroy you in this game. That's for sure. All right, so we're gonna go on the run here. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the closest you're gonna get to a visual novel, light novel, RPG. I mean, there's not many games you can say you've played for over 12 hours and you only fight like 10 fights. I'm hoping they remaster more of the games, especially 3. But I mean, you know, it's one of those things. They're gonna wait and they're gonna see how 1 and 2 sell for sure before they commit to anything. Uh, so we need everybody to buy 1 and 2 so that they can commit. Oh man, if there was a skip cutscene option, I would run this game all the time. Because you would take a 13-hour game and you'd basically bring it down to, I don't know, 4 hours, maybe less. Yeah, I mean, especially if you have fast walking as well, I guess. Uh, though the walking is not the big part, but man, just all these cutscenes. Like I said, you go through the first 3 chapters and you're lucky to, in the speed run, you're lucky to fight 10 times. Alright. So, big thing here, we're going to go into our fight, when to sleep. We need when to sleep to hit. If it doesn't, that's okay, but the more it hits, the better it is for us. I hope that's right, SRD. We'll have to wait and see, though. I'll be the first to buy 3 Remaster, that's for sure. Alright, last thing we want to do is when to sleep and then attack. Let's see how many we hit. Hey, we got 2. That's great. Oh, dang, that's a rough one right there. Ooh. Alright, one more hit should do it. There we go. Man, yeah, we got hit hard there by Hugo. Hugo not getting his levels. That's not good. You're right. I could have pressed auto. Alright. Second fight. This is our last fight. This one we are going to use our Ice Breath on. Yeah, like I said, it's been a while since I played this game, so there's a lot of stuff I forget. Just not paying attention to. Alright, so we're gonna try to hit them with the When to Sleep. But at the same time, we're gonna that. And then Breath of Ice, that. Let's hope these go off well. Oh, look at that. Very nice. That was actually a really good battle. Very nice. Now we can get out of here. Uh-oh. Got Leo standing in the way. Option 2. Here comes Fubar. Good job, Fubar. Okay, so now we're going to make our way back to Brass Castle, as we're pretty much just running away now, getting closer and closer to the inevitable scene at the village. I like that SOD. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I guess they had to go get their horses. You would think they'd be faster on those horses than running. And, it's also morning. Like, immediately just became morning time. Fubar's pissed. Fubar, good boy. Yeah, I mean, after seeing that fight, I hope he strengthens up for that the final True Rune fight. You know what star he is? He's the Death Star. That's too easy. I mean, so why is he the only character in the game that takes a single hit and can't be revived? It's like, no matter how many Jaizas you put on him, they don't work from that sword stab that he, or, that. It's like, somehow he's the only character that Jaizas don't work for. It's also, you know what? He is legitimately S3's version of Aerith. It's like, we can save you with a Phoenix down. But nah. Anti-plot armor? Yeah, you're right. Wait, did I just compare him to Aerith? That's not... skip what I said. Yeah. So, Fubar gets to come into this castle. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Lulu literally just gets stabbed, or sliced. Bye, Fubar. We'll see you again here soon. So many Zexans that do not care that we're running around. But then again, I guess nobody's come to warn them yet. Wait. Now, somebody definitely had to warn them because they have the roadblock, so, yeah, just walking around. Hey, there's the cat. There is a donkey there, too. Uh, Technically, there is a duel coming up if you're not speedrunning. But for us, we're going to skip the duel. That's thankfully something you can actually do. Yeah, you guys are just standing right there. I love how they're like 10 steps behind them and they're like, where'd they go? So, and that, that's great checking there, too. I like the duels. It's just, I mean, they are just rock, paper, scissors, but I like them. Like I said earlier, they remind me of Escape from Monkey Island, or the way the duel system works. Alright, we are underneath Brass Castle now, which Chris will use in a few hours as well. So far, Hugo has done a very decent job of running away, only getting one failed escape. So I guess there's that to be said about him. Doing better than Godot did. Ah, there it is. I knew if I talked about it, it'd come through. There's another. Look at that. Unfortunately, that's a... Oh, we're poisoned. And asleep. And asleep. Uh-oh. Come on, Lulu, it's up to you to run away. There we go. Yeah, it really doesn't matter about the poison, because we got plenty of health to make it to the end. I hope. We just have to make it through 2 more screens. Yeah, but honestly, that opening is such a banger that everybody remembers it for sure. Kind of wish it was played more in the game, but I understand why it's not, because this game is very slow and methodical instead of, you know, awesome. Well, I mean, the game's awesome, but like the song. Maybe I should just have that song looping while I play this. The FMV is pretty awesome. I mean, like not only the music, but even the video is a banger too. All right, just have to make it through 2 screens, and we're out of this chapter. So many spiders. Yeah, the town music is pretty good, that's for sure. Oh, there's the fire. We better hurry. So the big thing is when we get here and we go through this cutscene, we just have to make sure we pick option 1 when it comes to Chris. If we pick option 2, we will have the duel, but option 1 will keep us from having to duel her. Yeah, I'm sure they're fine. Or not. Oh no. Alright. The scene we've been waiting for 3.5 hours. Get your F's in chat. And don't worry, if you missed it, you get to see it again with Chris. Alright, no duel. It is funny that the only person that dies in this game is a kid. It's like, well, I guess there are a couple deaths, but the first one for a long time is the kid. All right, so this will end chapter 1 of Hugo, and now we will proceed to chapter 2. Yes, it's all trust that we will get 3 remastered. With HD kid deaths. I would definitely love to see a S3 rebirth where, it's taken a little bit, I guess like the Final Fantasy rebirth, where it's not the same game for sure. I mean, honestly, Sergeant Joe's better than whoever his real dad is. Alright, off to Duck Village. And our first interaction with the ducks. And also another annoying character, Lily. No, not in this run. We don't need to do the lottery. Thankfully, we get all the money we need from just random stuff that we don't need to do the lottery. But if we had to, there's a way to do it and win it. So I don't know if 108 uses it or not, because I think you need a lot of extra money when recruiting. That would be a Sigurd Coyote question for sure. She's just annoying. I don't really hate her. Just she can be very annoying. Like a spoiled brat. That's it ducks out. So Hugo chapter 2 is how do I say this? It's an interesting chapter because there are a grand total of 0 fights and no war battles, no duels. So Hugo chapter 2 is just literally all talking. And a lot of going left and more left and more left. You'll see that here in a little bit. The only good thing right now about Lily is at least we have a full team when she joins. Do, do, do. All right, so oh, we got stuck. It's like, come on, just get over with this talking. Maybe when they are talking about bringing 3 remaster out, they'll ask for input, and we can all submit our input on getting that cutscene skips. I think it's pants. Yes, I believe those are pants. If that's a dress, that is an awfully short dress. Flesh colored smart. I I guess her two teammates also have flesh color. So that brings up an interesting question. This is the Donald Duck question. What's the necessary to wear the jacket for the ducks but no pants? It's like you're wearing a jacket, but why not no pants? Is it because they don't make pants for ducks? Maybe that's it. Hey, there's some money. Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense, SRD, but then why the jacket? They swim on water? Okay, okay. So they don't want to get that. Alright, I get what you're saying. So they can still go swimming and not get clothes wet. All right. All right. Ancient highway. SRD, what is on after my run this morning? The puns are great. Any percent run. Very nice. I hope everybody that is here is gonna just stay up all night with us and catch a very exciting run, which I have still not seen myself, because I still need to play the game, and I'd rather play it without knowing anything. But I hear it's very good. Yeah, well, Donald Duck is a very interesting character, that is for sure. I mean, he's taking care of three kids that are not his most of the time, and then he ships them off to an uncle that's got billions. And it's like, his family's just weird. Very nice, SRD. Yeah, now the question becomes, do they make pants for ducks for battle? Because that might be a very big area right there that they could stand out. Duck, you know what it is? Duck pant lore is the same as female armor lore. It just boggles the mind. It's like, why? It's like, if you ever watch, you know, any female in a movie, and you're just like, what is this armor? That's kind of duck pant. And now begins our going left a bunch. And more left. Coming up is definitely my favorite uh, cutscene. Sorry. Coming up is definitely my favorite cutscene. I mean, you could try to circle around in a bunch of circles, but yeah, you're probably not. So we've got all the baddies right here, and us hiding behind these small little rocks, and really not doing a great job of hiding. It's just like, what's going on here, people? We're just standing out in the open here. Like, what? Can you not see Fubar? All right, so we need to pick the correct choices here. It's 1, 2, 1. Man in Black. Man in Coat. Yeah, I mean, great names. Man in Black and Man in Coat. And Man in Mask. And Woman. Like, shut up, Lily. I love that. Never mind. We're just gonna run away. just stunned, like, what? I get very easily amused. Alright, so now we're gonna head to Great Hollow to deliver the bad news, unfortunately. And we're still we're still on pants over here. Yay, we made it out. Thank you for the energy. I definitely will need it, as we are coming up about the halfway mark here in about 20 minutes. We'll be halfway through part 1 of this S3 run, with part 2 coming on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Alright, so as long as we choose option 2 here on everything, we won't actually fight in anything. Once again, we find ourselves next to Chris during a battle. The gem teacher? I don't know. I have to look. I have. Genji, yeah. I don't know. Have to. I don't know. Uh-oh. Dead zone's on my control. Alright, so we need to go get the hammer first before going to the chief's room. And pretty much we're at the end of chapter 2 here. We just have a lot of talking to do. And then we'll be at the end of chapter 2. Now we have to give the sad news. Oh. There. Joe's getting pissed. Yeah, it literally is no fighting. But Hugo 3 makes up for it. We have 6 fights in Hugo 3. So, unfortunately, Hugo 2 is by far the most boring chapter. At least it's quick, because we're already at the end of it. So, that's good. And then Hugo chapter 3 makes up for it with 6 battles. So, we'll have something to watch. You don't really want to fight them. Welcome in. You're just in time for not having to watch most of Hugo's chapter. Oh, wait. Went the wrong way. I have definitely done that before. Up the steps. Oops. I don't remember who I talked to. Somebody here. There we go. Now we got the hammer. A lot of little things that you forget who to talk to. Lily's being a brat again, getting in trouble. So, yeah, once again, it's this. Yeah, the emulator just making that two-tone for all the past scenes is interesting. I wonder why it does that. What's up, Grona? How old is she at this point? I don't know. 18? Wait, we could find out. Hold on. How old? Let's see. Characters. Uh, doesn't say. Yeah, does not say on the Wikipedia. Alright. Oops. Wrong way. Always run into that invisible wall right there. What was she? She must have been really young in too then, like 5. Yeah, this is 15 years after S2. Yeah, somebody ban that guy. Just kidding. Just kidding. I mean, it's the Trinity system was only used once. It's an interesting, like they were thinking outside of the box. So you got to give them props at least on that. I can see why people don't like it, but you know, they were trying something new. It didn't work, and that's why we just have one game with it. But I like it because it's very interesting. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it is interesting that they never had something to follow 3. All right, SRD is it's awfully early to be drunk there, SRD. Yeah, S3 is very linear. I will say that, but I mean, yeah, it can be kind of nice too. We don't care what order they're in because they're not getting in any fights. Alright, there we go. Ah, the camera. Really bad right there. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Vicky's nice in every game. Unfortunately, you don't get Vicky till really late in this game. That's very unfortunate. Hey, Jimbo's back. Too bad he missed his daughter. Maybe you'll start with Vicky remaster. Or they'll give us a S3 New Game Plus, where you can start with Vicky. And we go back inside. It is true, you do get a bonus Vicky in this game. Childlike. Maybe in Suikoden 6 we'll get even more Vickies. We'll get a young one, a normal one, and an old one. Be careful. Be careful. But then again, there's really nothing to watch in this game. You can just make it all up. A male Vicky? There you go. That's Wayfinder. You're that is an unpopular opinion, I believe. Alright, so we are almost done with chapter 2 here. All we have to do is finish talking and go add Fubar back to our party. I like Jenny in this one. Alright, we are gonna go to the inn over here and talk to Anne. Hi, Anne. Alright. All we have to do is leave without talking to anybody else. Can we leave without anybody talking to us? Yeah, this game is not short in any way, unless there is one way to make this game short, and that's just do Thomas percent, which is an actual speed run that has been created. And even then, I think what Thomas percent, that's still over an hour. All right. So we're going to go into chapter 3 for Hugo, going to Buddha Castle. Buddha. Buddha. Yeah. Lake Castle. We're going to go see Thomas. That's what we'll say. It's not sus. He's just doing things. Is it 2 hours? Okay. Now we're up to 20. I never thought of that. Yeah. It could easily be played by Elijah Wood. Oh, these bunnies. And we got really hurt there. Alright, so coming up at the castle, we're going to have 6 battles, but you can probably guess what we're going to do before that. That's right. We're going to talk. Ooh, 22. We're not going to get up to 13 for Hugo like we had for Godot, unfortunately. Well, we might. It'll be close. I endorse that statement. I would love for there to be an anime. Unfortunately, I don't know if there is enough support. But you never know. Konami could make a ton of money off this remaster. And only they hold the rights, unfortunately. So they'll kickstart. But we believe in Konami here. Live action. You know, I mean, okay. They did make a live action Wheel of Time. So, you never know. Alright, we're gonna go talk to Cecil up here. Oops. I ran right out without talking to Cecil. Cecil, where are you? There you are. Have they really already sold a few million? I mean, that's great to hear. Oh god, don't talk about Avatar. That is one IP that just keeps getting destroyed, and they don't do the obvious, just make another anime. I think they are making another anime, though. Oh, for... Well, yeah, but with, EU did it. I don't know how to say it. That's a whole different IP because Konami still holds all the rights to all the Suikoden games, so you'd have to go through them. Wait. Okay. I haven't seen the Netflix Avatar yet. I've only seen the M Night Shyamalan Avatar. True, true. I mean, release date is coming up very soon, so hopefully we see some good things. All right, we are officially halfway through my 8.5 hours here. Hopefully, we do not need all 8.5, but that's still yet to be seen. And yeah, I guess that movie doesn't actually exist. Does anybody else feel like that guy? He reminds me of the character on Beauty and the Beast, the clock or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, we're doing all chapters 1 through 3 for all three characters tonight, and then we're gonna do chapters 4 and 5 for the Flame Champion on Sunday. All right. So now that we have slept, we're definitely almost to the fights, right? Right? How do you get out of here? That's right. You go through here and then here. It's amazing here with this camera. You try to leave, but they say, no, you can't leave. So then you go back to the castle. And you say, you need to leave. And you try to leave again. They say, no, you can't leave. Alright. So now we're going to go to the front door. And we're gonna talk again. That's Sleepy One. Ooh. I promise there will be fights coming up soon. Alright. Now we go back. And we talk to these people again. Hey, Caesar makes his first appearance. The great strategist. An apple. It's like, I mean, Caesar just comes out of nowhere. It's like, how did he... Wait, does Caesar talk to Chris? Yeah, I think she does talk to Chris. Or he does. Alright. So, we're like, okay, let's leave the screen. And let's go back. Because we're going to talk a little bit more now. More strategist. Alright, now that we're ready, let's go. And to another cutscene. Alright. So now we can head out. Oh, wait. Yeah. Thomas best tank I star? Thomas is Thomas is an interesting character, given that they get their own storyline, but play very little into the actual what happens in the main story. I mean, yes, they have this castle, but it's about it. All right. Now we can finally exit Castle Town. Never mind. All right. Let's go. All right. So we're going to leave here, and as we leave, we're going to get into 3 battles. Oh, yeah, I forgot there's this. But you don't actually do anything. It does it all for you. It's like, it's a war battle, but you don't actually do anything. I'll be honest. I mean, this war battle system definitely is not the best. Um, it could have been better, a lot better. Uh, but it is definitely not the best. All right, now we can leave. And with that, we are going to start our battles. And honestly, the only thing we have to do in these battles is auto attack. There's nothing really crazy about these battles. So we're just going to pick auto. As, yeah, Fubar is awesome. Make sure that we heal after every battle, so we don't accidentally get it. Fubar. Yeah, I mean, it's like they tried something new, didn't work. It's not terrible. It just didn't work. I mean, there are definitely a lot worse mechanics in other games, for sure. That's a nice hit there, Joe. Dang, Reed got hit hard in this battle. I like the battles. The ocean battles in S4 is kind of cool. All right, one more battle. What I kind of, I'm a big fan of the Total War games. I would love to incorporate Suikoden with the Total War, where you take over command of all the units, kind of like, like take command of all those units in S1 and S2, and actually have a real, war. All right, we have made it through. Good job, team. All right, so now we're gonna head back to the Great Hollow and get Peggy, our favorite blacksmith. Yeah, that is very true. All right. And that could be interesting if they do something like that with the remaster, like change some stuff, or if they keep it exactly the same. Like one and two, I'm guessing they're going to be kept exactly the same, but they could change things if they make a third one instead of just a straight remaster, make it more like a rebirth and give it some better polishing. Um, Maybe change the tactical battles or something, but they probably won't. They'll probably just remaster it. And, I mean, that's fine too, I guess. But it would be nice for them to like really take the game and just kind of make it better instead of just making it look nicer. Yeah, permadeath on Luke is always interesting. Alright. So we are going to fix our weapons. That's the wrong one. Wrong one. The other side. That's twice tonight I've done that. Gotta pay attention. It's okay, we got a hammer for you. Alright. And then now we'll, instead of getting Peggy to do it, we'll just have this guy do it. Well, I know SRD is really hoping that they remaster card stories, so there is hope. Hey, there is a duck here in Great Hollow. Now we're gonna go to Brass Castle and get two of my favorite characters, Ma and Halleck, because these guys they have a lot to say. And in this speed run, it's a good thing. Yeah, I was so glad when it was on PSN, but then my PS3 uh, stopped working, and now I'm on computer, unfortunately. Thanks for the 20 months, Fish Spider. Thank you for the support. Oh, here come the Zexons. Alright, so even though we were only here for a few seconds, we're gonna head back to Great Hollow. I could see that. Who knows? Maybe that was the same place 150 years ago. Alright, so we're about to head to Chesa Village, and that's going to be the end of Chapter 3, but we have 3 battles there, a couple of duels. So, we still have a lot left in this Hugo chapter. In fact, it's like we have barely done anything with Hugo, so we finally get to do something with him. Alright, so we're back here at Great Hollow to talk to Apple. I always hate these rocks right here in the middle. It's like, why are they here? Clean them up. Just in time to save Apple. You're fine, Buffalo. It's 1:30 in the morning here, so having people saying stuff is very appreciated. Alright, we gotta find Lucy. There she is. Yeah, Apple does have a great art throughout the series. Well, thank you, Mr. Awesome, for saying things. And being a first-time chatter, too. And I hope everybody has their Red Bulls on hand. Even though we're getting close to the end of Hugo, we still have all 3 chapters of Chris to go. So plenty more ahead of us tonight. Alright. Now we're heading towards Chesa Village. $7:30 p.m. Wow. So you're Wow, I didn't realize it was that late over there. That's Yeah, you see, you've got a good night ahead of you. And we do have we are just going to continue the Suikoden all through the night with the newest game, Hyo24 Chronicles, up next. Here in about 3.5 hours. And then after that, we will get into Suikoden 2, any percent. But we still have 2 more days, 3 more days this Suikoden, I believe. I think we go all the way through Monday. So plenty more to watch, that is for sure. Oh yeah, that's a good point. If you could send those out, I could really use a new car. Fletch's arc? I don't know much about Fletch's arc. Alright. I always want to make sure I'm going the right path. Because sometimes I go down the wrong path, especially not playing this game for over a year. It's like, just make sure you're going the right way. The last thing you want to do is run through this entire forest and realize you've gone the wrong way, and you're like, oh, come on. That's cool. And we are doing very well right now on not getting stuck by these enemies. Our failed escapes counter has not gone up in a while. Fudge. Okay, okay. I'm sitting there, I was, ugh. It's like trying to think who you're talking about. Yes, Fudge. That's alright. I hope everybody is enjoying themselves, no matter how your mental capabilities are right now. Because that's the whole point of this. Just to enjoy yourself. We don't need to take it too seriously. As Mal will tell you. Alright, so we have made it to Chessa. And we're going to do 3 quick battles here. Once again, we'll just auto attack. As now we have a little bit better attackers. Thanks to Mao and Halleck. Look at all that damage on Mao. Very nice job, guys. Yeah, when you're playing this game, you have to keep weird hours because there's really no good time to start or end it. You're always gonna find yourself in a weird time. Yeah, we got that medicine B. Nice shot. I mean, Mao is just a literal tank. He's just too strong. Where were you going, Fubar? And then, of course, Alec is just a glass cannon of damage. Alright, one more fight. Oh, here come the bugs. You tell him, Joe. Alright, good job, guys. And that will do it for all the battles for Hugo. We have a couple duels coming up, but we do not have to do any more battles for Hugo's. Well, actually, Hugo's done battling pretty much until we get to the end of the game now. He'll join some more battles, but that's about it. And then Chris shows up. I always enjoy this look for Chris better than her armor. Hey, there's Nash. Alright. That's like the only character development for Hugo is I'm pissed and just forget about it now. It's like there's nothing he can really do. It's like, uh, you've had like half a day, move along. Alright, so now we've got Uber coming. So we're gonna have a duel with Uber, who is just about impossible to beat. So we're just gonna let him kill us. But first, we'll talk to Albert. It's like, why couldn't we get Albert as our strategist? Nah, Caesar's good. But Albert definitely... He has ideas. Alright, so in this battle, best thing we want to do is just die as fast as possible. So we'll just attack. If you defend, you actually take less damage. So, but if you attack, you just get you in one shot. So, much better. Just die. But we will have another duel very shortly with Cesaria. No, I agree. Uber is pretty awesome. Yeah, this is the only. So the first time I ran this game was, I want to say like 2018, maybe. So like 7 years ago. But the thing is even though I run this game, I only run it like once a year, and I don't really do any practice for it. So I don't really like. I'm not really attempting to get any world records. I just enjoy it, you know. But it is the only Suikoden game I run. Normally, when I'm running, like doing any kind, I do a lot of NES speedruns. Where am I going? How do you get out of here? There you go. I do a lot of Zelda and stuff. Uh, but I really do enjoy this game. I gotta talk to you. If somehow this game got a lot shorter, I'd run it more often. But you can only do it, so much each year. Okay, so basically now we're going to duel Cesaria. And then after the duel, we will head to the highway, which will end Hugo's chapter. Yeah, I it's my favorite game of the lot. It's the only one I've played multiple times, in fact. So, and yeah, I will do this once a year for as long as I can, um, just because I like it. At some point, though, I do want to sit down and actually play the game as it was intended to play, and not just speedrun, because it's been a long time since I've done that. Like actually do the talking and do the lore, and find all the characters. But for now, the speedrun's fine for me. I think if I ever do like a long marathon of playing all 5 of them in a row, I would do that. So that would be a long time. Playing all 5 of them, that would not be like a one sitting. That'd be like a 3 months adventure, maybe longer. All right, so we're gonna get into the duel situation. As we all know, this is rock paper scissors, so we'll do our best to figure out what Cesaria is trying to attack us with. Well, I hope you do it. I hope everybody plays all these games. Because the more people that play, the more people that get interested into these games, the more money they'll make, the more chances we'll have of remakes for all of the games, and the possibility of new games, which is that would be the ultimate win if we could get an S6. All right. Alright, I won't hold back. So he's gonna death blow. Uh, hold on 1 second. Is he gonna? Yes, he is going to death blow. So I need to defend. Playing it safe. So that is defend. So we'll attack. Not bad. That's again a defend. Wish he wouldn't do defend. Would love for him to attack. But he's just gonna defend, isn't he? Come on, do some other. Oh my god, he's doing the same thing every time. Would love to see him attack. Don't do not bad. Oh, come on, you did it again. Good thing this battle ends after so many turns. Try it again. Oh my god, try it again. Is there a way to get out of this loop? You've got some talent. That's an attack, right? Yes, we can finally death blow. There we go. It goes right back to defense. Good thing you're dead. Not bad. Try it again. All right. That was pretty silly. Yeah, because you didn't do anything. You just sat there and defended. Yeah. I think we had one more turn left, SRD. So many not bads. It's like, he wasn't even changing up his defense. He's just like, nah, it's not bad. It's not bad. We'll try it again. All right. That's so bad. Oh, no, wrong way, wrong way. We want to go in here. Literally was right behind me. All right. Wait, wait, no. What are we doing? What are we doing? Who do we talk to? I've forgotten who we talked to. Did we just leave? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's head to Flame Champion Hideaway. Maybe we'll get a couple more failed escapes in here, as our number for Hugo right now is only 9 failed escapes. So we haven't even hit double digits for Hugo. Like, maybe there's a Flame Champion in here. Hey, there's an escape. We got to 10. Alright, and nobody's here. As we said earlier, where is everybody? You got three groups coming to the same spot, yet nobody's here. Oh no, what happened? So, pretty sure Chris is here, but we already know Godot is not here to meet him, as he will be last. But with that, we have made it to the end of Hugo tonight. We will see Hugo, though, very shortly in Chris's chapter. And our final flame, Chris. Whew. Alright, we are 2/3 of the way through. Now we actually get to start war battles. Hero of the people. that that is true. I did fight a war battle, even though I actually didn't hit a single button, and there was no battle. Like, war, what is it good for? There's the entrance. And now back to... Oh, never mind. What do we got? We got a grand total of 2 battles and 1 war battle in Chris Chapter 1. So we do have a decent something to do here. but that still doesn't mean we won't have a ton of talking. Now the best part of the game, politics. Alright, so the first thing we have to do is buy a ton of Jizos with Chris because Chris has a ton of money to start with, thankfully, because she's rich. So we're gonna buy about 20 Jizos, just so we're stocked up and ready to go. Yes, I I probably probably could go for another one right about now, but at the same time, I'd like to sleep after I finish this run. So it's an interesting. Which way do you go? Stay up all night or tough it out? So we're back in here. If you go over here to this little door, there's actually some guy in here that's just selling. There's some girl, woman in here. She's got Jizos. So we'll just do this. Half? Okay. Alright, so we want 20 of these. But as you notice, she had a lot of cash to start with. There we go, we got 20. She still has a lot of cash too. What? Okay. It's like, where did I go? Alright, so we're gonna go rest now. Yeah, it's kind of like another thing that could be a good, quality of life thing in the remake. You can buy multiple items. That would be nice. I didn't mean to do that. Oh wait, yeah, I did. It's... Alright, now we head to Brass Castle for scenes we've already seen that we're going to watch again. Alright, let's get going. So, yeah, thank you all for staying up and enjoying the Suikothon 5 marathon. For those of you just joining, we do have a lot of Suikoden left. But also, the reason we're doing this is because 1 and 2 are getting remasters and will be released here soon. So, keep an eye out for your chance to buy a remaster of 1 and 2. And also, if you want to hit that exclamation mark giveaway, we are going to be giving away some items at the end of this marathon. I believe they will be after... I don't know when I think it might be tomorrow afternoon, maybe. So, make sure you join us all weekend, and maybe you'll walk away with a nice prize. And now we finally get some real travel. It only took us almost 5.5 hours to finally get some fast travel. It's not the greatest way to travel because the horse can sometimes just take you where it wants to take you. But yeah, it is nice to go a little bit faster. Yes. Okay. No, we are not. We are not going up to March 7th. We are going till Monday. So yes, join us for 2 or 3 more days. But I believe there might be another event. I don't know if there's going to be another event or not, but I think on release day there might be a couple of our runners who will be doing some 1 and 2 runs on that day to celebrate the release. I don't know if it'll be on their channels or what, but keep an eye out. There will definitely be some 1 and 2 around March 7th. Yeah, I am just glad there are so many people coming in who already today have said how much they've enjoyed 3. As, I mean, like, 1 and 2 are kind of, especially 2 are they're the popular. That's the popular one. Everybody plays it. Everybody talks about it. So, love showing this off and having people give love to 3. As for me, this is my nostalgia. This is where I started. I started with 3, I was I had just gotten out of college. It came out, and it was like perfect timing. And so this was my introduction to the series, and it's always been my favorite. I'm glad I get to show it every year, and hopefully get more new people joining, playing it. Unfortunately, our speedrun community consists of only 3 people, so there's not a lot of us that are around running it. But you never know. Maybe somebody else will play it someday. And we get the second view here, this time from Chris's view, though it's pretty much the same scene, just played again from when we were doing Hugo. That is a great way to get introduced to the series, by winning it at a poker game. Don't think I've ever heard of that one. So we're about to get into our first actual real war battle. So unlike in previous games where it was more just a big battle scene, 3 decided to change it up, and basically everybody's in units of 4. You don't have to have 4, but you can put up to 4 people in a unit. And then there's a grid system where you can move the units along the grid system, and if they run into another enemy unit, then they will have an auto battle. So you can't do anything in the battle. You just have to sit there and watch. And sometimes the battles will last like 1 attack. Sometimes they'll last like 4 attacks, but usually nothing longer than 4. And then somebody will either win, lose, or draw, and you'll just keep going. It's not the best war battle system, but I mean, they tried something new, and like I said, it's not the worst either. You can definitely manipulate your groups to have some really powerful groups that don't die, and or you could spread your groups out, where you have strong people all split apart, which that could be good or bad, depending on what happened or who you're going against. But it makes you think a little bit more of how you want to make the groups. But in our first war battle, we're basically just going to get into a fight where we're not really going to do anything. We're just going to try to escape. That's all we're doing, is we're just trying to escape. As in timeline, the Lizard Clan believes they were attacked by the Zexans, which we saw 5 hours and 15 minutes ago. But that happened to be Sarah dressed up as Chris instead, attacking. So it looked like she was attacking, but really it was Harmonia attacking. And so they've just come for revenge, and so we are going to try to escape. No, I'm not going to spend the 3 hours doing the the level 99 trick. I'll let somebody else do that. Maybe somebody will showcase that one year. Do you think it takes longer than 3 hours, SRD? I don't know. I mean, I've never done it, so I don't know why I would have any idea of how long I. Yeah. I'm sure somewhere on the internet somebody tells how long it is. So everybody believes that they're going to have peace, but some people get tricked and end up having giant war battles and people killing children who shall not be named. Alright, finally. We can get into our war battle. So, first turn, do nothing. Alright, second turn. There will be reinforcements. Forgot it. Nope. So all we have to do is make it through that little gap right there. Oops, not what I want to do. Doesn't matter who makes it through the gap, we just have to make it through the gap. There we go. Alright, we are out of here. Alright, so for those of you all that were not here earlier, we have a special scene coming up that for any S3 runners is talked about a lot, as it's one of the few actual characters to die in the entire game. So if you missed it earlier, enjoy the cutscene coming up. I think we have to run through MR planes first, though. But yes, there will be a cutscene here shortly. I love how the little boy in this group has to walk the entire time. Everybody else gets a horse. Yeah, he's got to walk. Oh, I gotta run. Louis. Oh, who is this dead person? We do not care. And the village is on fire. And somehow that armor is still just sitting there. Bye, Lulu. Yeah. It's double the fun. For those that don't know, the armor that she was looking at belonged to her father, and she believes that this village killed her father and stole his armor when in fact he actually lives here. Well, because now the village is gone. Yeah, he was pretty much just a deadbeat dad. But then again, he left her and she was rich, so guess it worked out for her. Ah. All right, so we have a couple fights coming up. Um, they are not too hard. And we're actually getting very close to the end of chapter 1 for Chris. So chapter 1's kind of a short chapter for Chris compared to the other. The other two are actually pretty long, so uh, we still got a ways to go. Fight. Breath of. Oh wait, she's not. That's right. She ain't Sarah. And then we can just auto. And yes, that is correct for all of you all just joining us. We are doing a giveaway starting tomorrow during the S4 run. Alright, one more. Uh-oh. I don't know if he's going to be able to hit all of them now. Chris is getting tagged. Crazy. Alright, we should be good. Alright, we are going to head back to Brass Castle now. after we walk this out. So we have to remember, coming up, we want to fill Chris's inventory with Jizos, as shortly she's going to run through the forest by herself. So if something were to happen where she gets stunned or whatever, she could easily die and have nobody there to help her out. So we want to make sure she is full of Jizos when she runs through the forest, because it's an interesting situation that could definitely troll you. You know, just one character's never a good. You never feel safe. All right. We gotta go to the meeting room. We do have still a good amount of talking to go, though. Oh, I went the wrong way. Went into the inn instead of out. Oh, wait. Okay. I guess Boris does belong. For some reason, I was thinking she was by herself. Either way, let's still put the Jizos on. Yep, it is back again. Uh, yep, this time we are doing it now because we have the new 1 and 2 remaster coming out here shortly in early March. So we figured let's go on and do the marathon now before the remaster comes out. So there's still plenty more showcases to come over the next few days. And then we do another marathon with the remasters. Yep, there you go. They just need to figure out if they can keep the RNG manips for 2. Yeah, that's the big thing. Will everything still work with the remasters? I mean, is anything gonna change? Louis still not getting a horse. Still made to run everywhere. Yeah, I mean, we could potentially see more game breaking, going through walls. You never know with it. Chris has almost made an entire chapter without one failed escape. This is not doing well for our counter, which is stalled at 23. Alright, so now we come to the end of Chris chapter 1. We're going to go to the council, talk to them, realize they are corrupt, and go home. Yes, and I believe a lot of people would be up for watching Zero get locked. Except for Zero. Somehow I don't think he would be much up for it. Wait, they're gonna have mods? I did not know that. That could be interesting. I did. I guess that's true, yeah. I was thinking, for some reason, inside the game itself would have mods, but yeah, Steam, Con, Belmont. Uh, Chris is getting angry. So, with chapter 2 about to start, we actually get a much more action-oriented chapter for once. We have one war battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 fights, 1 duel, and that's it. Okay. So, it's still a lot, though, compared to Hugo's chapters. Oh, interesting. Nuzlocke for Suikoden? That would be interesting to watch, that is for sure. Alright, we are officially 6 hours in and just about halfway through the game. But as for part 1, we have about 2 more hours of part 1, and then we will be calling it a night, and we will be finishing up the run on Sunday, the last 4 to 5 hours. So plenty more of S3 to come this week. We're just getting through the first 3 chapters tonight, which include all of the chapters for the 3 main characters in the Trinity system, not Thomas. And then we will pick up on Sunday with chapters 4 and 5 of the Flame Champion and finish it off. This is the end of the first chapter for Chris, so we have 2 more Chris chapters and we will be done with the 3 main characters. Butler doesn't even get a name, unless his name is Butler, and then it's fitting. Chapter 2. So up next, do we have our second war battle? Once again, very simple war battle. It's kind of just move your units left and right and just wait for them to come to you and just kill them all. So not too much strategy in the upcoming war battle. Um, but I mean that makes sense. They didn't want to like force you into having to really think early on in the game. and I mean Chris also starts out with a ton of gold too. Ton of potch too. Alright, here we go. That's what I mean, you know, the rich always complaining about you taking their money. Alright. Hey, there's our first failed escape for Chris. Alright, up to 24 escapes. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how some of these characters have very long animations and some just like quick. It's over. Alright, so we're gonna head to the meeting room here. So as you can imagine, there's gonna be a lot of meeting to do. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point of S3. It's like it's less an RPG and more a light novel. Um, so everything's gonna be slow. I mean, you don't come here for the action, you come here for the story. Which is funny because in the speed run we skip through all the story. So, yeah. So you're really just here to watch me skip through everything. And the animations. Let's see what this meeting's about. Oh, going too fast. Oh, don't know. let's go take a nap. And more meeting. Ugh. It is really starting to get late here. I hope everybody else is still having a good time. Uh, but yeah, this game is doing what it's supposed to do. It's putting people to sleep. Ah, thanks, man. No, I'm good. Like I said, I still have plenty of Red Bull if I have to. It's just nice knowing that uh, I'm able to run this game in two parts instead of one straight through. Because honestly, it's like as you're getting into this middle area of the run, you're just like you really are getting bored because there's nothing to do, and you realize you still have 6 hours to go. But here tonight, it's kind of like, all right, I only have to finish these last two chapters, and then I can like rest up, and then Sunday come back and be fresh and ready to go for the hard parts. Yeah, it is a huge undertaking, that is for sure. And that's kind of why nobody really runs it, because there are very few games that take this long. So it's like, and when you see those big games that take over 12 hours, you're like, not many people run those games. But and like I said, I'm not doing it trying to beat a world record or anything. I'm doing it just because I enjoy it and it's fun. I don't care if I ever get a world record or anything in this. It's just fun. All right, so we are prepared and ready for our second war battle. But then again, at least this game isn't Beethoven Cassos, which is like a 70-hour game. 100 when you do 100%. Alright, so basically we're going to cut them off. We're just going to move our 2 units 1 square up and just going to hold our position. And we're going to wait until their surprise attack comes, and then we're just going to kill them all. Yep, and basically the whole goal is just to kill as many units as we can. Alright, they are escaping, so we'll try to do as much damage as we can before they escape. That's not bad. So I say we'll just hold our position. So one thing about these war battles, if you kill the leader of the group, the battle immediately ends. And so it's like, because they're auto battles, you don't have a choice of who you're attacking. They just randomly attack whoever. So it's like, if you could control it, you would of course attack the leader. But in this situation, you're just kind of like, alright, I hope we attack the right people. Would it? Oh. Oh no. Okay. It's like, okay, we're attacking all the, it's like, why can't we attack sheep? Let's just get this over with. Oh, wow. That was a bad hit. Ooh, Chris. Godot is the flame champion in this run. There's very small, like, changing the flame champion. There's, like, small differences. Oops. But the only one I've ever done is Godot, just because I already have it fully routed. Space Coyote has routed. um, Hugo, and in fact, his fastest run is with Hugo. So there are small differences that can help. Damn, Dupa is destroying me. I'm gonna retreat. Oh, that was a quick one. Wait, there we go. Chiba about to go down. Like I said, the one thing I don't like about this is you have no control. It's kind of like just watching a I don't know. You just you're just sitting here watching. Boris's team kicked butt there. Yeah, it's just watching a cinematic basically. Bazba. I'm not really getting good luck on these fights because all their characters pretty much are just running, or like not. I'm not able to get enough kills fast enough. Everybody's just running away. Like this war battle should have been over already. You need to kill enough so that they give up and retreat. But unfortunately, they're just not dying. Oh, Boris's team just went down. That's not good. Oh, Percival, watch out. Ah, there we go. There's another one. I think that's it. Nope. One more. That should be it. Right? There we go. Alright, we made it through another war battle. Yay! And we actually get to follow it up by going straight into some more fights. We need to make sure that everybody here has Jizos and we are fully healed up between fights. So we want Leo and Chris to switch spots. We want Roland here. Boros here. Percival, switch with Roland. And we're good. Then we want to make sure. Wait, did I just Alright. There we go. Alright, so we have two battles here. Wait. Oh, Chris is getting destroyed. Hold on. Let's pick somebody who's more in the center. There you go. This should help. Oh, Boros. Alright, we are definitely gonna have to heal a lot after that. Good thing we got some medicine. Some mega medicine. Alright, and with that said, we need to make sure everybody has enough Jizos. The reason we bought all these Jizos. Alright. There we go. Boros is just not having a good day. He has died in every battle. When he finally survives one, he's going to level up, that's for sure. Oh, he's used both Jizos. He's probably gonna die here too. Oh, he survived. He made it. There he goes. It's crazy how fast you can level up in this game. Alright. Let's see. Good. Nope. Alright. Alright, now that he has survived one and leveled up, hopefully this will be easier. I say that and he does 0 damage. Very nice. Now we can just auto. Alright, we're down to Shiva's left. There we go. Very nice. Hey, thank you for hanging in there, Mr. Scruff. Get some goodsies. Alright, so Boros, he survived 2 battles, so he is now the strongest member of the team, probably. Alright, so we're gonna head back to Brass Castle now. We actually don't have a lot left in this chapter 2, but they, of course, lots of talking. uh, but we still have a couple more battles to go. Now we're gonna head to the Zexen Forest, and Chris is going to have an unfortunate accident, but then she'll just come right back here at Brass Castle. I always love the screen transition and the horse just stops and it's like, alright, we gotta start all over again. Alright, so those are places we are not going to just yet, but we will in the future. But for now, we're gonna get very dizzy. And Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So tonight we have about an hour and 45 minutes left. This will get us through the first three chapters of the game, and then we'll pick up on Sunday and we'll do the last two chapters, which is about 4.5 hours. So we have under just we have about 6 hours left, give or take. So we're 6 hours and 40 minutes in with about 6 hours left. Yeah, Louis just he gets the shaft. But now Chris is realizing she is definitely overworked and underpaid, even though she is rich, but still. So it's time to go take a vacation. So we get a nice little vacation to Ixay Village now. Yeah, I mean it's a long one. So playing it casually, I mean you can expect 30 to 40 hours probably, just because you don't know where you're going and all that. I mean heck, even the speed run is 12 to 13 hours, so you know it's a long game when people who have routed it still take that long. Alright, so we are gonna go and join Percival on our way to Ixay Village. But if you've never finished it, maybe this is the time to pick it up again and play it again. Always time to finish a Suikoden game. Yeah, I understand that. I'm actually the type of gamer who loves grinding. And this game really is not big into grinding, so which is kind of funny. But like when I play Final Fantasy games, I just grind and grind and grind. But I also spent many years playing like World of Warcraft, and that game's only grinding. Alright, here we go. So we're about to go basically to the last area of this chapter. We have two battles here and a duel, but the duel is a duel against Jimba, and the whole goal is just to lose it as fast as possible. So it's not really a duel, it's just time wasted. Hey, it's been a while. And another to the fail. But I will say the two battles that we have coming up, they are not the easiest of battles. I have failed them before, so which normally is a reset, but not tonight. Yeah, could you imagine getting here and just having a single fight and then you lose and you realize, well, that went 7 hours. Alright, so Percival's gone, so now we get to go meet Ash. Alright, before we get back there, I want to make sure... Okay. Let's go on and heal. And... Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, okay. There we go. Now, it's interesting with the upcoming... we actually have a cutscene coming up shortly that's almost completely different than all the other cutscenes in the game, because it's actually like a... I don't know, it just feels like it's completely different. It's more full motion than anything. But just take a look here and see. Not this one right here. It's when the lizards show up. It's like this kind of cutscene, nice little painted on background, sort of. Just a little pan over. And we're gonna have a nice conversation with Nash here shortly. It's like the calm before the storm. Like, this is exactly what I need. Nice rest and relaxation. And action. Make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. Okay. I have never done that. We were talking about it earlier. We were trying to figure out how long it took. But I definitely have not done that. Alright, here comes the cutscene. Now, just feels like it's different. Now we're getting into the battles. Like I said, these are actually kind of tough battles, so... Like, the whole world is just burning these days. No, no, move. Alright, good. Last thing we want is for Nash to stop casting. And now we can just auto after that. Ooh. Alright, we need to make sure we heal. Alright, Percival joins us for the second fight. Oh, yeah, we can't heal between. Alright, that's good. No, no grinding for Chris today. That would just, not be so much fun for me. Oh, Nash, don't die. That's it. We got that. Alright, we have to make sure to choose option 2 for Shiba here, because if you don't, you have to fight Shiba and you could die, and that's not what we want. We just want to not fight him. Wait. Something happened. I don't remember this fight. Uh-oh. That's alright. think I ran the wrong direction. That's what happened. Yep. I did a dumb. That's okay, though. Yeah, I should have ran back, and instead I ran the wrong way, and so now we have this extra battle that we really don't need. Hey, double death. Alright, before we do anything, I am gonna make sure everybody heal up. So, we are keeping track of how many times we fail to escape, because basically, all we're doing is, between battles, just escaping. We're not fighting any small battles, only major battles. And so far we've failed to escape 26 times. Alright, so now we're going to run up here and we're going to have a duel with Jimba. Which, like I said, we're going to try to lose as fast as possible. Yeah, it's definitely something just to get us through the run because long run with not much going on in it, so might add some extra flair to it. Man, they sure do look alike, don't they? Please do not defend Jumba. Alright, death blow, so defend? Ah, I picked the wrong one. Wait, can I win this battle? I wasn't paying attention. I'm just gonna... What the... Ah, crap. I hit the wrong one, SRD, and now I'm basically winning this one. I'm just gonna hit attack. I'm gonna see what happens. Winning for swag. Well, really, this is just for fun, anyways. And it, hey, I'm gonna win. Looks like I've got the dual gauge on my side. It only cost me a minute. Alright. So now we head back to Brass Castle. This will be the end of Chapter 2. And the beginning of new and improved Chris, which we will see here shortly. Oh yeah, definitely understood it. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, sorry. The failed escapes counter for Chris has not been very good for us. As we've only had, what, 3 failed escapes? Oh, there's 4. Whenever I talk about it, it happens. Hey, another one. Let's go. Oh, the slowdown is real. Can we get 3? Nah. It's alright, we got 2 more. Nope. Alright. Gotta love those battles right before you're leaving the screen. Oops. Doesn't matter. Because we're not doing anything. All we're going to do is go to bed. We're going to go to bed and get a late night guest in our room. Sneaking into our room. Yeah, that was a lot to say in that very slow motion. Uh, Alright. Now it's time to get upgraded Chris. Ah, Snatch. Alright, so now we're gonna escape through the basement of the castle and leave everybody behind because we need to find answers. Alright, let's leave. But before we can leave, we need to talk some more. Alright, what we get? There's one. Hey, there's two. No, just two. Just two. We are definitely catching up on the ones we missed during the early part of this chapter. Hey, there's another one. This hallway's doing wonders for us. Do we get one more? Let's see. No. Unfortunately not. Oh wait, we still have one more hallway to go. Nope. We didn't get anything. And with that, we come to the end of chapter 2 for Chris. That leaves us with just one chapter left tonight. Yes, it's definitely an improvement over her armor. That is for sure. Yeah, I guess they couldn't take Louis with them. I mean, it's not like he needs a horse or anything. Yeah, ever since maybe with if they make a remaster, they'll offer that as some kind of DLC or whatever, more outfits for each character. Hey, we made it to Duck Village. Hey, there's Fred. Rico. And finally, I mean, we saw Fred in the first 5 minutes, and now finally we get to get him to join us. 7 hours and 10 minutes later. So while we're here, we're gonna also recruit Rhett and Wilder. That's definitely not a pun to be wet and Wilder, but yeah. Getting some of those 108 stars. Alright, so coming up in this chapter, we have one war battle, 2 regular battles, and that's it. That is all we have to do. So we got just a little bit over an hour to go in this chapter. The war battle, fairly simple. It's basically a push forward, retreat, and just keep doing that to keep them occupied until reinforcements show up. And the fights themselves aren't. The first one's not too bad, but the Uber fight can be very little tricky. So, and that'll be at the end of the chapter. So we've got a little bit of time before then. Plus, we have a lot of talking because we will be heading to the all-female village, Alma Kanan. So we have to get invited there. Alright, we got Wet and Wilder with us now. Oh, there's the highway robbery somebody was talking about earlier. Alright, now we're gonna head to the Kaput Forest and on our way to Chesa Village. And we actually will be spending the rest of tonight in just this area over here. There's not a lot of traveling in this chapter. It's kind of all in this forest, in the village, the hidden village, and then of course we head to the highway, or the hideaway. That is true. They must be important if they get their own picture. If they don't have a picture, you're probably not going to worry about them too much. So when we come back, we'll go that way to get to the hidden village. We do have our second death coming up not too long from now. Again, another child. This is also where we'll meet Yoon and Yumi. They are the ones that will allow us into their village. Oh, yeah, that that kind of sucks. All right, so we're now coming full circle to the when Hugo and Chris met for the third time here in this village. Alright, so now we have the Franz fight coming up. Yo, thank you for the 121 months of continued support for RPG Limit Break. Thank you so much for your subscription. And welcome, as we are getting very close to the end of part 1 of Suikoden 3. We are in the home stretch tonight. We have Yuden Chronicles coming up next, an any percent run, here in about an hour. So I hope everybody is enjoying themselves, and we have plenty of more Suikoden coming up this weekend. And also, make sure you join us tomorrow during the Suikoden 4 run, as we will be giving away our first. Oops, hold on. Oh, no. I skipped through that. Whoops. That is okay, though. We can do it without it. Alright, so we don't have Earthquake now because Yumi's not here. So we're just gonna have to do a little bit different strategy. That's what I get for not paying attention. Uh-oh. Alright. let's... Fred, you can take all these out on your own. But that's okay. I think we were able to do it without worrying about it. Alright, so now we have a little bit of we have to walk back to Duck Village and then come back to Chessa. But then after that we will have our final war battle of the night. And then we'll be invited to Alma Kanan. So one war battle and one regular fight left to go. I think in the end SRD is going to be almost perfect on his estimate for my part 1. Alright, let's go back to the center of town because now we want to go and talk to Yun and Yumi again. Why we couldn't just talk to him in the first place. Oh shoot, wasn't paying attention again. After 7.5 hours, I'm starting to lose it. I'm just like staring off into space now sometimes. Unfortunately, that's the problem that comes with this run. You definitely can get distracted. Alright. Alright, so now we're gonna head back to Duck Village. That's exactly what we want to do. No, and it's okay, because once we get to Duck Village, we're literally just gonna turn around and come back to Chessa. We might also need. I don't know if we need to buy any more Jizos. I think we're good. We might want to check our supplies before we headed to Almacanon. Alright, so all we have to do here is just head to the inn for a quick conversation. And then it's back to Chessa. Hey, there's Apple and Caesar again. Ugh. Alright. So after that, now we're just gonna head back to Chessa for the war battle. Oh, I can't leave without Wet and Wilder. Alright, and back through the forest again. We only have to go through this forest like 2 more times, thankfully. Uh-oh. Special. There we go. Hey, 32. Uh-oh. Another fail. 33. We're moving. Oh, Chris is dead. Whoops. Alright, so now we're going to set up for the war battle. We're just going to move a couple units around, just so we have basically a decent split. Alright, so in this one we want, oops, we want to move Wilder in here with Yumi, Rhett, Chris, and we want to move Yoon and Caesar in the switch, and then Sana. Yep, we're good. Alright, here we go. Final war battle of the night. All we want to do in this war battle is buy time. So we don't want them to advance to the, we just want to keep them from advancing. So all we're gonna do is end our turn. And then when they attack, we will just run. The whole goal is just to keep running and then reestablish position. So we don't want them in the center. That's the only thing we don't want. So the longer we can stay forward, the better. Nope, don't want that. Alright. So now on our turn, even though we gave up position there, we're just going to move back forward. So basically, just go back to where you were, and we'll do it all over again. And we'll end. And we'll do it exactly the same way. We may lose position here because they'll probably attack everybody. So, but we should be fine. The goal is not to fight. Alright. So far, so good. Yep, we still didn't lose any position. Alright, I think this is the last turn, and then they get reinforcements come in. And then we have one turn after that. No, come on, don't use special attacks. It takes up too much time. Rico, you took a lot there. Good job. Alright, so we've lost our forward position. That's fine, because we're still guarding the one thing we need to guard. And now all we have to do is just wait. And there we go. Smoked them out. And here comes reinforcements with Hugo. And this war battle is over. Alright. So we just have one battle left to go. Or one fight left to go tonight. That is fighting against Uber. We do have a second fight, but it's just a fight you lose really quick. And once again, we have the Hugo-Chris rivalry. Chris knows she did something bad, so they're just going to be like, oh, let's just drop it. Alright, with that, we are going to get our invitation to the Alma Kanon. And we will head through the forest to get there. At least we got to see Joe one more time. never leave you, Rico. Alright, so let's go on. Nash is gonna go here. Yumi, Fred, Rico. Alright, we're good. And then Yuri will take up the last spot. For the Uber battle. Hey, 34. Alright, we just need to make sure after we get Yuri, everybody heals up. Don't need to do all that animation. Come on, people. Passing through the force field. Nice. Hey, 35. Chris is definitely making up. It is 12 for Chris. She is one away from the lead right now. Yeah, we are getting very close. We're coming up on our last fight that we have to win. And then it's a lot of cutscenes, a fight we have to lose, and then the end. Yeah, we should be coming in, I would say, pretty close to estimate. Maybe about 5 to 10 minutes early. It is definitely a feat of endurance. That is true. Hey, and with that, Chris ties the lead. And takes the lead. Chris is definitely the worst at escaping. Alright, so let's go on. Make sure everybody is healed up. Let's make sure. No, we don't need to. There's Yuri. And here's Huber. Probably the strongest character in the game. But we can still take him out. As long as we can get our cast off, we should be fine. So we're gonna start Funeral Winds. They will just attack, and then here we will go with Earthquake. Like I said, as long as we get our cast off, we'll be good. Fred's down. Sorry, Fred. We'll just we got the tank Rico in now. Uh-oh. Can't have those misses. Or those misses. You definitely don't want to see Nash miss. He does some decent damage. Oh man, Rico just went down. Alright. That is fine. So that's it. The rest of the night is just losing on purpose and escaping. Alright. We are gonna head to Alma Kanan now, and I guess we have to buy a lightning rune while we're here too, so that's something else we have to do. But yeah, we are about 20 minutes away from finishing up this run tonight, so again, want to thank all of y'all for hanging out with me tonight for these 8.5 hours. Oh, crap. What? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. once again, make sure you join us for the rest of this weekend as we have a lot still to come. So please show all the love to all the runners. Remember, we do have the giveaway starting tomorrow. And make sure no Jizos. Okay, nothing. Alright, top right house. Yeah, make sure you get in for those giveaways. The forms are in chat. All you have to do is !giveaway. And like I said, this is the end of. I will be finishing part 1 up here tonight, and I will be back on Sunday for part 2 for chapters 4 and 5 of this run. Oh. Ah, I went the wrong way. I'm getting late. I'm getting late. Yeah, it's getting late for me. Forgot to go in. Gorgeous. Alright. So, come to find out, she's going to sacrifice herself. Because that's what they do. Yeah. That mishap is now becoming one of the better parts of the run. Alright, go to the shrine. More two-tone. Back to the house. Get a little rest. And then it'll be the ceremony time. And then the boss fight, which we will lose on purpose. Come on. Go to the right. There you go. It's a cool ceremony, unfortunately. As she ascends to the moon, becoming the new moon. She has to give up her life. So, this game basically doesn't like kids. I'm guessing she's a kid. I mean, maybe she's like 16 or something like that. 13? Okay. And some. Once again, kids are very much not safe in this game. No, no. It's the Holy Harmonian Army, which is really just these three. Too late, though. That should... Alright, so we're just gonna lose this, so it's auto battle the whole way. Ah! Come on, Sarah, don't... Alright. Yeah, you basically healed no damage. Come on, Uber. But you gotta love the healing before anything is happening. Yeah, so much easier just not to do anything. You also have to be a little bit higher level though. Don't do it, Sarah. Come on. No, she did it. Uber decides to use a long animation as well. But you guys were too late. Thank you. Alright. So, go one more time to the shrine, and then we'll be on our way to the champion hideaway. And there's Fred. Alright. Our last trip through the forest. On our way out. Yep, almost there. Oh, that's 38. Hey, 39. Do we get to 40? Not yet. Not yet. I'm gonna call it right now. We're gonna hit 40 before the end of the night. We just need one more. There it is. We hit 40. Now the question is, can we get 29 more on Sunday? The magical sub 70. Alright. Our last couple hallways. We're almost there, guys. We're definitely looking like we're gonna do underestimate. Alright, so Chris is the first one here. So this is the only one that actually makes sense why there's nobody waiting here for us, as Chris is the first one here. Alright, let's... Before we head down there... Where'd she go? Nope. Waiting for it to end. Alright, so now we make it in here and we will be asked who is the Flame Champion? And we know we are going to choose Godot. But when we get asked that question, that is where we will pause, as that will be the end of part 1. And we will begin part 2 by selecting Godot. So, once again, everyone, thank you so much for coming out tonight. We actually will call it right here. So, thank you so much for watching. Pause my timer. And I hope everybody has a great weekend. Make sure to tune in for all the other great runs we have still to come this weekend. If you'd like to watch the end of this, once again, we will be running part 2 on Sunday around 1 p.m. It should be about a 5-hour to 6-hour run. We will go over the last 2 chapters. But again, thank you all, and I'm not sure who's coming up next, but bear with us for a minute. We may just have a blank screen.